Well. Good evening. Good evening. TGIF. It's Friday, y'all. It is Friday. So, one of the things that I really like is using like Nano Banana or whatever to conceptually preview visual styles or, different looks for stuff in the game. So, this is a concept art of what the procedural planet could look like. So I asked it to do that. So like here's what it looks like now, right? Um, and then like here, this is also conceptual uh, art of what it could look like. So again, it's I'm gonna go towards these visual styles, but I also have built out project plans to achieve these styles. So let me find that. So here would be the project plan to, let me go ahead and create the doc, to work through and get the stylized planet like you see. Um, I'm not going to do that right now, but I'm going to try to flesh out farming more, and then I will, what am I thinking? I will get into graphical, some post processing, some visualization, and improvements of the game. So it's just, cool stuff. All right, I'm gonna close. All right, all right. Let me think here. So I need to. I need to get a list of all of the vegetables that I've got here. Let's see if Unity AI is any good for this. Otherwise, I'm just going to go to the documentation. No, let's just go to the documentation. Hopefully, they've got a list of all the plants here. Yep. Okay. I'm going to incorporate this info into the project plan. Actually, we're going to. Oh, this is a wrong one. So I'm going to add modding to the game using U mod support. So this is the project plan to add modding to the game. After I flesh out the AI and the farming, because I was already in the middle of that yesterday, I will start to add modding support. So we might get to that tonight, so you can see how you would add modding to your Unity video game. And UMod 2 makes it so easy to add modding to your game, it's crazy. But let's just continue on here. So basically, I corrected the errors that I had. Hey, Lavaka, how's it going, man? I corrected the errors I had yesterday off camera here, and now I said, here's the current code base, here's the project plan, where are we at, and what is left, and all that good stuff. So a lot of this work's done. Well, a lot of the groundwork is done, so let's continue on. Because I really want to start dropping some vegetables. What's really cool again about this farming system is the breeding of the seeds and the passing on of traits, and it's real in depth because you can kind of genetically modify, or like you can keep harvesting seeds and try to get different effects and effects out of it. And I got a Google notebook. Where is that? Hell yeah, dude. You can give like I say, do a deep research and kind of or for any kind of feature or stuff, or have it review what you got and stuff, and like all kinds of it's like I'm just a deep research addict though. The difference of this farming system to common farming systems in games. Dude, give it your scripts, all your scripts, and say, give me. It's been a while since I looked at this code base. Analyze it and tell me. Explain how everything works and is wired up, and help me refresh myself on the code base, and then do it with a Google Canvas, so you can get a nice long document out of it. It'll help you get up to speed fast. Alrighty. Item instance data, the plus value of seeds and crops. I'm telling you, dude, like, I've deeply ingrained so many different AI workflows, and I use it to speed up so many aspects of things. Like, it's crazy. Because again, right here, you just, if you have all your code organized in a script folder, just navigate to that script folder, like I'd have here, and I just give it the code base. Say, avoid giving it like your models and all that other crap. Just give it your CS files. In worst case, you got CS files kind of littered throughout. What you can do is like go to your assets here and asterisk.cs, and then select them, copy them into a temporary folder, and then give them that folder. But if you got everything organized into a script folder, then just give it that guy. And if it's in Git and it's not a big Git repository. Oh, well, give it the C# still. Tell it, hey, analyze this code stuff, and then also give me a project plan for implementing or porting this into a Unity 3D game. Or do one chat conversation canvas with help me catch back or refresh me on this code base and how it works and its inner workings and architecture. And then from that guy, then do another one and give it the code base and say, hey, how can I take this console app and give me a detailed project plan for implementing this or porting it into Unity 3D. And you'll get, and then just tell it to start working through. Well, since you've already got the code, it'll probably just tell you like import all these files, make these, and then tell it to start working through the project plan. And it'll make all the things and all of that. It'll help you get up to speed and help you get into Unity quicker if you're trying to go there. Atom instance data. 42 crops, man. 42 crops. Might as well get in there sooner than later. You probably got it pretty fleshed out in the console app already. And anything you do in the console app, you could ask it to do a one-to-one parody of it and using debug.log. Yeah. So I've got grains, I've got root vegetables, I've got herbs, berries, mushrooms, pumpkins and squashes, and salads. And then, where's that? Like, they all have their different stages of growing, and then harvest animations, and the whole nine. So this is a very complete project, or the weed bee on herb. I do have I've done a bunch of analysis or like deep dive into like the drugs and alcohols and spirits of the world and kind of a lore building thing. But so I am going to have like real in depth, because part of the health system is my brain. Oh, it's in the scriptable objects. So here are the health effects. You got bionics, diseases, drugs, injuries. So here you got like, I need to rename these, but there's the health and body system has, you can get drunk, you can get high, you can, and like say NPCs are getting real upset. One way, some of them may have a chemical dependency or, be an alcoholic or something, and they get pissy if they don't have access to it. And eventually, after time, if they don't get it, they eventually will, lose the addiction. But, yeah, it's just, if you've ever played Rimworld, that's kind of baked in there. These crops are good looking, man. Oh, it even has icons. So again, no, I've heard about it. I've seen it. It looks cool. I did some conceptual art with Banana today. So this is kind of what my procedural world planet gen looks like right now. And I was like, hey, give me a polished, an improved visual of what the planet could look like in Unity. So I'll eventually kind of work towards this. I'm going to create like the shader for the sky and the outline. And then here is more kind of where I'll probably be targeting. And then, what was I thinking? So this here, I was waiting. So essentially every time they drop a big new model, like Google, Meta, or anybody drops a new model for anything like LLM or image gen, I'm always keeping my eyes out for the open source model to drop. And Alibaba typically does drop it in an open source format. And so, like this video here, it shows the comparison of so what's really funny in the AI world is China has been kind of the G's. Everything they drop is open source. Tencent, Alibaba, and again, I mean, communism has some uses, I guess. Oh, are they communist? I don't know. I don't know geopolitical things that well, and I don't want to get into that. But this is an analysis of Nano Banana, Seed Dream, which is another open source model, and these two you can run on your hard drive. This one's proprietary. So it, from what this video looks like, oh, I need this one right here. So I'm probably going to try to run Quinn Image Edit on my GPU, my 4090. You think you need like 20 plus gigs of VRAM, which I got 30 something. But it nails the instructions a lot better, it seems like. And also, what is it? Yeah, I wish. So at work, I will be recommending hardware and infrastructure to buy for our own inference and stuff. So I'm thinking about, I probably will get them talked into buying some of those really big GPUs. So here it's these new image models are great at consistency. So you can basically generate an image, ask it for edits and different positions, poses, or whatever, and it will keep the character like it's good, consistent across generations. Well, it does really well. And Quinn, from what this video is saying, has been crushing it. Like, I'm probably going to play with that sometime soon, but the video's in my Discord. Because I would like to be able to programmatically hit an AI model like that and get my concept arts and stuff. Because really what I've been using it for is this here. Like, it's like, hey, give me what I could make it look like with post-processing and whatnot. But yeah, all right, let's get to code. And here's the project plan to implement that. So I gave it this image and I gave it my thing and I said, hey, how do I accomplish that look in Unity? So I'll work through this eventually. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how much. What is an H200? I don't know. Hundred 41 gigs. Damn. Well, I'm sure it smashes a 4090. Yeah, yeah. Well, thankfully, you know, that's a kind of chump change for a lot of stuff at work. So instead of ooh, hold on. Someone just sent me some music he made for me. I am the biggest drug dealer you know, technically. No, I'm not a drug dealer. I just work in the pharmaceutical industry. That's a little rocky. Pardon me. So the guy that helped me get the vocals dialed in, awesome musician, does a ton of music. I was like, dude, if you want to take a crack at some of the video game music, I would appreciate it. I'll use that for my stream intro. Like, I'll do a get starting screen and play that song. Like, I probably shouldn't do. Yeah, that's right. Deniability. Let's see here. What am I doing? What am I doing? Item instance data. This should go with items, probably. Let me think about that. Now, is this specific to... Creates a deep copy of the instance data object is equal. So that's just a boiler. Material def. No, this min fertility, water, fertility consumption, sunlight requirement, map data. Example, you would have your own tile definitions. All right. Since this is going to be related to food, I'd like this name to be more related to food in general, not just so generic. So I have an item instance here. And again, with your scriptable objects, you're going to want, you got your data object, and then you got your instance, which is a implementation of the, it's the runtime of the data. And again, I'm not treating scriptable objects like databases, like you read and write. It's just purely storage and data. And then the runtime objects are what actually can get changed and all that goodness. Item trait instance. Specific data for an item that can't be shared across the stack. This is essential for tracking things like crop quality, unique food traits, or So like Diablo has prefixes, suffixes, and a lot of loot or whatever. Elin's the deep oops, between stackable properties and unique properties. The library book analogy. So item def is the blueprint, the data object. This is the book Moby Dick by Herman. It defines what the book is. Item instance, this is a specific paperback copy of Moby Dick on the library shelf that might have 20 identical copies that are all the same item def, and because they are functionally identical, you can stack them. They share properties like item def, material def, and quality. Item instance, the unique signature. This is what makes one specific copy special. What if one of the library's copies was a rare first edition signed by Herman himself? You absolutely would not stack that in with the other 19. Okay. Holds the stackable items and item instances for the unique items. Beautiful. This separation is a powerful upgrade for your entire game, not just for farming. By having the flexible item container for unique data, you can now easily implement weapons, armor, unique, randomly generated tools with individual durabilities that decrease with use, potions with varying levels of potency. Okay. Cool. I'll take it. You've sold me on it, you cheeky bastard. Control Shift A, paste the name, hit enter, and then go back here, Control A. It's weird. The food trait thing is like, okay, that feels kind of on the nose. And list a string. One, that's not cool. I don't, stringy, whatever. That'll be changed to an enum or something in the future, I bet. All right. Item instance. Other properties like enchantments can be added here. Contain items is intentionally left null unless the item is a container. So this is why I think I need to it's getting rid of, well, maybe it's because it's an item instance data now. No, that's enchantment level. Dun, 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 dun. So I think I've finally reached a point where the script files, there's just enough of them, and like me giving it blanket. Item instance, and again, I know it's just basically messing up. actually start talking. So if you think, well, let me do the math. If you consider, it says 390 or 4-in-1 files, and half of those are meta files because every CS file you have, every class file you have a meta file. So about 200-ish scripts in my scripts folder, but then I also have my editor scripts here. So there's a lot of them in there, and those are isolated. And I've created a lot of UI elements and stuff. Yes, 200. I don't, yeah, that math isn't mathin'. That is not mathin'. Where's it at? Item editor. So like here is a window for managing and creating items or searching them and stuff. So I'm basically creating interfaces to make the expanding and production or building out the game faster. So say after I create a scriptable data object system, typically what I'll do is create a starter asset script, and it's an editor script that will create a bunch of scriptable objects like as a starting set so I can test quicker. So instead of me like going in and like making a bunch of stuff, I'd be like, all right, give me, create a bunch of example assets. Like here, these two were made by my initial asset creator, and I will flush out, I will build my actual real assets or scriptable objects later on. But this allows me to build the feature, create some assets, and go to testing right away with some temporary scriptable objects. They may be more permanent. They may stick around, but it's just, you know, an easy way. And really what I would do is, instead of like sitting here and filling these all out and stuff, I would basically create a bullet list and kind of what I want, and have it create an asset editor or creator script and have it quickly do it. So instead of like clicking through the UIs, create and add new, and that would take a lot more time, I can have it do a lot of the work and auto magically create these scriptable objects, and then I'll tweak it if I need to. So, you know. Not only the basic definition of an item, but also the calculated stats, managed enchantment, spoilage. The gameplay loop would typically be you exit your chunk, and then you're in the world map and you pick where you're going to go, and then you would travel to it, and you would need food and whatnot too to survive the trip, and then you could enter that chunk. But I may make it adjacent chunks. I may make it to where you can just walk there. Like when you exit the screen, you have the choice of going to the world map, so you can pick a chunk that's 10 away, and then you just see yourself moving, and you're consuming food, and you may get into like a random events happen along the way. But you would, oh crap. So like you here, like say this is your thing and you want to go here, you click it, and then you'd have a little guy that kind of moves across it. Can't wait to get it to look like that. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cute. So I've got, again, I think I may shift gears once I've got the farming and the AI and kind of there and it's working and testable. I may shift gears to actually doing some graphical work, because I want to nail this look really bad. I've already got the depth of field, kind of like Octopath Traveler does. I want to get the shadows looking right. I want to get the local map gen, dropping grass and flowers and stuff. Right now it just drops sticks and rocks and stuff. And then also I need to, one, get the lighting perfect. So here, the directional light, and also apply normal maps to the sprites so the lights look more, I like the light look better like this. And then the night, this is kind of what the nighttime will look like once I have all the post-processing and all the things dialed in, lighting and post-processing and shader wise. It's kind of the vibe I'm going for, is these two. And again, I used a Nano Banana to basically say, I gave it an image of my game. I was like, okay, show me some different visual styles, or like, because here's what it looks like right now, right? So I've got the light on, and I've got normal maps actually in here. So if we go over the dragon, he's actually normal mapped up. So let's turn on a light. Why are you so large? So you see how the blues are kind of, it's got some depth to it because of the normal map. If I select the dragon, go to his texture, I take the normal map off, it's a little flatter. But if I turn the normal map to 1, you get some kind of more depth to it. It's kind of a pseudo, oh, that's 12, oof. 2, I'm at 2. So it kind of gives it, the sprites, a little more umph when you apply normal map. And I may do more of the PBR materials, but for now, that's what I got. Oh, I really want to work on lighting instead of the farming right now. So if I turn on the directional light, you see the dragons, he's actually casting the shadows. And you can see the depth of field in play here in the background. So I'm getting to that look. You know what I mean? Like, I'm already kind of there. I've got some of the groundwork. It looks good already. Like, it does. But the grass and all the details, local map gen can be improved a lot. But you see, these are all the different details. So I got, it can drop oak trees, maple trees, pine trees, pebble clusters, small rocks, mossy, and I can kind of expand these details and then tweak how they work and how much they are, the density of them. So when I do regenerate the map environment, like right now I've kind of stripped it all because I was just slapping prefabs in here, and some of them are, the scaling's off, or I just gotta tweak them. So like the sticks here don't actually sit on the ground probably perfectly. See? So I gotta adjust their Y offset and the biome details. So, oh, what the hell? Oops. I don't know why I turned my Bluetooth off. I love that. I got, professional friends. So again, Bill is going to be creating me some music. Um, Super excited about it. He's not a video game player, so um, I showed him this as like this is like the best, like how I could explain video game music to him the best way I could do it. Like I was trying to explain like how a video game soundtrack like loops and how you express certain emotions and certain like biomes and things have themes like air stuff, flutes, desert stuff. But he's a pro when it comes to music. He's got a lot of really good, really expensive gear, and he's who helped me get my vocals dialed in to where they're at now. But again, I'm still learning and I can probably get them better. I love the boss music at the end of this guy. Lord of all elements. It goes hard, dude. It goes so hard. I love this song. Second phase. Get my shoes off and get comfortable. So again, excited to have a composer or musician who's going to be working with me. I actually have another really professional composer and musician that is going to probably work with me too. So it's just I got in the music and the sound effects side, I got some really heavy hitters behind me, and that's good. I'm reaching out to an artist right now to um, work on like the sprites and like what or pitch me some art, the art sprites concept art, or like I'm looking for the what the characters are going to look like, and like these are all kind of stand-ins. They look good, and they're growing on me more and more as I kind of mess with them. But I think I kind of want to go maybe with more of an anime or like an older like sprite look, like from a Final Fantasy on like I don't know what vibe I'm going for exactly yet. I'm trying to find the art vibe for the characters and the monsters, but that's here nor there. So let me finish or get back to this. Boom, 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 boom. We're splitting the class. The previous version had fields that were a mix of stackable and unique properties. Your old item instance file contained quality, blessed state, enchantments, spoiler timers, contained items, and unique ID. Problem: you can have two iron swords, and one is blessed, one is cursed. According to your old logic, you could not stack in the area because the blessed state was different. This is correct, but what about two normal iron swords? They should stack. The problem gets more complex with spoilage timers or unique IDs. Every single sword would have a slightly different spoilage timer, meaning swords would not have spoilage timers. So I like the way it's going with this, and it does make sense. But where the hell would this be? It's moving architecturally in the right way that I want it to go. But again, like I said, I think it's left some stuff on the cutting room floor that I don't want. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna. Oh. So eventually, um, one thing I don't like is it will what you might call it. It puts too many damn comments on shit. Nice. So basically, I need to make sure of a few things here. Plus state, okay. Quality level, check. Stack size, unique ID. Because these don't exist, you got enchantment level, but these aren't existing in the instant data. So review the code, make sure you don't exclude item features that are already in. And what I need to do is actually finish testing the item properties and generation and stuff. I was working on an editor to quickly let me just kind of quickly like create and spawn new items, give them new properties and traits and new enchantments and blessed or not blessed, quality levels and all that. And the material, so yeah, there's wood, but there's also different types of wood, right? So the item you make can be made from different materials and it has different properties. So like the stronger the materials that are like the stronger for this or that will also have kind of balance and checks and balances. So um, it'll like an adamantite like armor, super defense, but it's also heavy. And then maybe your character and race don't do good with stuff that's heavy, and you don't have a lot of strength. So you would want to make gear out of a material that's lighter and or is targeting. It just gives you a lot of different freedom in your gear and items and stuff, and real deep crafting because you can have material quality levels and different properties on objects. Let me get through this. So instead of this kind of explains it too. So the farming mechanics are deeper than just, oh, you plant this and you harvest it and you put it in this recipe and eat it, right? Then it's gonna, you got seed genetics. You can carry traits from one seed and one harvest into the next one, and you can kind of, you know, you finally get a seed with a set of properties that you really like and all that, and then you want to keep those around. You can actually kind of work your food and your harvest, your seeds and your plants, and you can kind of modify them and kind of breed them into certain traits and stuff. So in many games, a seed is always the same. It's a static item that produces a predictable carrot. This system, every seed is a unique instance that can carry its own data, such as enchantment level, bonus character stats, and special food traits gained through breeding. This means 2 stacks of carrot seeds in your inventory could be genetically different and produce vastly different results. The mechanic transforms farming from a simple resource loop into a long-term genetic progression system. That kind of puts it more elegantly. But it kind of goes for the item system too, and item crafting, because you can, it just gives you the ability to all kinds of customization of items and different things in the world. The world driven. Correct, by reintegrating those features. This is the correct place for them because they represent unique, non-stackable properties, which is the precise purpose of that class. Okay, good. And again, I mean, I like what it's doing, but again, it tried to leave back some features here. Item instance. So if it's a container item, it's going to have a reference to that container. Spoilage. Still missed something. What I am going to do is probably narrow down the code base, or give it less of the code base and have it be more focused as I complete the farming system, because these are needed enhancements to the architecture and all that, but yeah, good. So the item instance, like I said, if it's different from all the others, it won't stack. But if it's a just like a base item and it has the same properties, it will stack if it is stackable. So if I have a carrot seed that has like the beauty trait or whatever the hell, I'm just making up a trait. And that's the only thing. It will stack all those items that have the matching properties. So it's the same enchantment levels, spoilage timers, and all that. must be identical stack. So again, this doesn't make sense either. So the spoilage timer is for the food you have on you, right? So the way I instructed it, or I laid out the architecture, was food you have on you can go bad. And that timer is going to go down for every piece of food you got. Huh. And I think instead of like spoiled carrot or whatever, I'm just gonna have a generic spoiled whatever. Every food item will go from fresh or its state to a spoiled state, and you can use that in a composter to get fertilizer. So it still has a use even if the food goes bad. But I don't like it being factored into the stacking. And really, that only applies to so spoilage timer. Stack of corn. I may simplify this because I may make it to where the stack of food has a shared spoilage timer. But then what happens if you add a fresh carrot to your pile? It wouldn't reset the timer, but you wouldn't want that new carrot to go get spoiled right away. So yeah, I don't think spoilage needs to be tracked per food item, and it should not prevent it from stacking with other ones that have identical traits and properties and quality level. No, I don't know why, but I'm gonna check. I'm gonna see how this is done in Elin. Now I'm sitting here thinking through it like, I wonder, and I've kind of seen how other games do the spoilage and the stacking of the items, but I can probably see a reference of it in this game pretty quick. Too rotten grotesque. Three flowers. So I'm gonna use a sickle. Seed crumbles as you pick it. It's too shriveled to use. Oh, I think I'm doing this too soon. Or not. Oh, 7, no. Rotten corpse of a bat. It is rotten. It is edible. See here, like this has the fatty trait, moving trait, prudent size, and then the negative trait of stinky because it's rotten. And again, I think what this really does, well, it highlights to the let's see if I can get a second mushroom. Come on, where you at? Oh, to eat. Oops, crap. This game is a big inspiration for what I'm doing, and like I'm kind of trying to create the amount of freedom that you have here. Don't it kill me? This game's got some weirdness though. Like at the beginning, you're offered a companion. Oh shit! All right, well I'll just close it. But it's a Japanese Western game, and like you get to pick either like a dog, a bear, or a little girl as your starting pet, which is kind of weird. Most people go with the little girl because she's actually tougher than the other pets, or I don't know, it's a better option from what I understand meta-wise, but yeah, no, it's a weird game. But it has a lot of freedom, despite those weird quirks. Alright, so I don't think should factor. Every individual item spoilage timer should be going off, but you should be able to stack a thing, and it just, as it spoils, it comes off the stack and goes into the stack of spoiled, and shit. The spoiled food would still have its traits, it would just be its unique properties, but it would probably have a new negative property, and it would be a mood debuff if you ate it that way. And this is why the inventory system, I'm probably going to get away from the grid because of how every item can be so unique. The grid just becomes a pain in the ass to manage. But if I go with a list with heavy controller support and searchability, you could end up with a big long list. Oh, let me just, well, I don't actually. I think spoiled food is just going to turn into unusable. That for simplicity's sake, maybe. I'm trying to think. 2, this don't make no damn sense. So say I got 3 an item with 3 enchantments, and they're different enchantments. As long as it's basically saying if it has enchantments. The stacking rule will be changed so that items can stack as long as they have both spoilable or not spoilable. When a spoilable item is added to an existing stack, the entire stack will adopt the timer of the least fresh item. This prevents a freshness reset exploit where you could add nearly rotten food to a fresh stack to make it last longer. The item spoilage manager will treat this single timer as the countdown for the next time in the stack to spoil. When it hits 0, it will remove one item, convert it to rot, and reset the timer. That works. So the current spoilage timer for a stack is the item with the least amount, or that's about to spoil the soonest, and then it'll kick that guy off and reset it for the next thing in the stack. Don't you leave me. Don't you ever leave me again. No. Some botch. This definitely throws a little rub in it. Most things that have enchantments or gear, like weapons, shouldn't stack, right? If you make a second sword, it's not a stack. You wouldn't stack it, right? I don't think. Even if it was completely identical, like it had the same enchantments and all that, I don't want stackable weapons or armor or like equipment, right? So I don't need to think too hard on that, right? Actually, I'm gonna do a little more play testing here and see how this game handles it. Shit. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to save either. Yeah, whatever. So as you can see how fluid this movement is, like the character moves around fast, but the NPCs are kind of teleport around. Instead of their pathfinding calculations, you're not waiting for them to get to their position and before you can keep moving along. The player is always able to move along, and NPCs kind of just snap to where they would go. Now their pathfinding is honoring the grid and the paths and stuff. So even though you don't see it, but it allows it to be fluid and like the, you know, a really fast-paced, kind of almost turn-based combat system where if the player isn't doing anything, everybody's timers stop, and basically everyone has an action timer. And whenever I do stuff, the action timers are running. So like, see, I took one step. Oh. They've decided not to move, but she moves like every time I do. Well, she didn't there. So her action timer hasn't hit yet, but there it is. It just hit. So I'm gonna make some items here out of different materials. So this has a hardness of 30. Well, actually, I need to make a stackable thing. Let's make some fish real quick. Wish I had more further along here. Seed of mushroom plus 1. 8 seeds of mushroom. No traits. Okay, here's the example of what I'm this problem that I'm thinking through, right? So this is I got a seed that has a property of flaky, and it cannot stack with all the other common seeds. Now, this won't stack with other seeds, I bet you, that have different traits. So let's see if I can get that. I just want to, I don't know, I'm thinking through this whole stacking, and because every item can have, like, seeds can have generational traits. Like this guy is a +1 seed with flaky. When I plant it, so this guy, so you see right there, it's a grass seed +1. So let's go to bed. Oh, I probably can't. I'll do this to tire myself out. And I think I got my head around how this is going to work. And I need to make sure that I think seeds, grab a seed. Oh wait, did I plant it? I swear I planted it. Oh shit. Oh shit, it died. And that happens. Okay, so now Get out of the way, cat. Move. There we go. This is a mushroom plus one. This is just a normal mushroom. So now if I harvest this guy, I need to go to bed. The seed crumbles as you pick it. You suffer shit. I should have been, whatever. I'm almost 100% sure that anything that, based off the traits, they can't stack. If it had, like, smashes something. Okay, got a special seed. Flaky, of course. Are you really fighting me, bird? You can plant a seed on something that's not harvested yet? That's probably a bug. No. That's not. That's weird. Your seed crumbles as you pick it. Yeah, my thinking. I know my thinking's right. So, because again, how do you distinguish? Say you've got a seed, you've been or you've been genetically engineering to have these 3 stats, right? And then it can't stack with a seed that only has 1 stack. So, yeah. Let's go. Alrighty. For simplicity, we'll consider any item with unique enchantments, traits, or contents as unstackable for now. For a more complex system, you could pair the list, but oh, okay, shit. Okay, I just should have read down here. I got so yeah. Okay. I will have to get more complex for seeds because if I got a bunch of +1 seeds with the same trait, genetic trait, then those could stack. Okay. All right, that's fine. Items can only stack if they share the same spoilage characteristic, i.e., both spoil or don't, or both don't. Okay, yeah, this is fine. We'll go with this for now, and I will refine later. It's an interesting conundrum when you have basically items can have unique traits, and you can use different materials to build them and different item qualities and different enchantments on them, and they're blessed or not blessed. But again, I don't really need to think about this for gear because the gear doesn't stack. It's really just the seeds and probably potions and certain things like that. that are where this is going to get more complicated. All right. It's like something crazy going on in the lobby. Hold on just a sec. This hotel is the noisiest. I'm on the 6th floor. I'm at the top. Like, I shouldn't be hearing that shit. I don't know what that is. I got a Caesar salad I'm gonna get at here in a second. Alrighty. So now that I've basically thought through that, the item spoils a day to look inside the instant data of each item to find it and tick down the timer. Okay, good deal. I may get rid of the whole concept of you can have a container inside your inventory, because that nested container crap is really only useful for a grid-based inventory. And I wish I could do like a poll of people and like, do you like the grid-based inventory? Like, because what I'm doing, I want an inventory that's super controller friendly, so I could possibly take this to console. So every interface, every feature, everything needs to be able to be controlled by the controller, right? Whereas a lot of games like this, yeah, and I have to think about this because I don't want it I don't want to architect it in the way in the mm, mm, so this is what my current I gotta fix this error. Hold on. Try preserve instances. The hell does that mean? True. iCloner. I think I need to make my own implementation of the clone function. Let me fix that real quick. says spoilage, spoil inventory. Oh, duh. Okay, that resolved itself then. Okay, so there's a clone implementation, which is right. Ensures polymorphism is serialized correctly. Let's go back up here real quick. Once I have all the farming stuff in, I'm going to do a full regression test of the inventory, crafting, and item properties and materials and all that, as well as the farming. So again, it's going to be, I'm close to where the farming stuff's all in, all the new considerations around the being able to breed your seeds and all that stuff is there. Inventory needs to be updated. I really like this item system. It does complicate the shit out of stuff. Well, it makes it complicated because you can use different materials to make the same item, and that same item can have different traits, enchantments, uh, and quality and all that crap. So you got to really consider how stacking works. As item. Okay, so now the inventory is now in considering how this should be. Crop data. Now we're going to add in the new. So now, if you look, we got some more simplified here, but now we've got the breeding tool, the tool required for a chance to improve seed yield. Growth stages, which we didn't have before. Yeah. So this is more towards the end here. Map data. Much cleaner. Do. For a single map or a level's grid-based information, this includes tile type, object placement, dynamic layers for systems like farming. Is rock, is water, is road. Yeah, so it's fucking again, it's just really focused on the farming refactor, and it again is not doing what I want. Properties. It's like the farming is going to be one of the most complicated things that I'm going to integrate because of the fact that you got the genetics and all that. But it does wild harvest stuff farming. Plant a crop. Moving those properties to more appropriate places. The goal was to give map data a single clear responsibility and make the entire world generation to gameplay pipeline more robust. Here's a breakdown. The God object map data. Raw procedural generation data, height, albedo, vegetation, etc. Dynamic gameplay state. The problem is that these two fundamentally different types of data for two different purposes. The generation data is like an architect's blueprint. It's temporary and intermediate information created by the map generator to describe how to build the 3D world. The gameplay state is the live interactable list. Mixing these two made the map data class bloated and gave it too much responsibility. Fine. Albedo and vegetation. These are purely visual for procedural aids to draw a debug texture. Vegetation is an abstract density value by the prefab generator to decide where to spawn tree and bush details. Once these details are spawned, we don't need to keep the density map in memory. Tile types, grid objects. These are the new, more efficient representations of static. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. I guess it. But when you generate your world, right? You create the planet, all that geographical data, all that information is persistent because I want. But we haven't made any of those changes. I don't know if I think the map data. What I think is better is an array of map of the tile information. Vegetation is purely visual or procedural aids. Draw the debug texture. Vegetation is an abstract density value used by to decide where to spawn the trees. Once these details are spawned, we don't need to keep the density map in memory. Once a physical rock block game object exists at the coordinate, we no longer need to separate a separate is rock boolean to tell us that the existence of the object is the data. Okay. I don't. It feels breaking like a breaking change into map gen. So after I do this step, I'm going to immediately test procedural generation, and then I'm going to. Yeah, this ain't right. This is not right. It's not transient. I'm going to upload the code again and be like, here is the current code. And I want fertility. I want all that information to persist. Because if you spawn in a temperate forest, your fertility for that chunk is going to be derived from the procedural generation of the world. And then if you spawn on like a tundra, you're going to have a shittier fertility, having trouble growing things. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Best explain yourself. Separating temporary generational data from live gameplay data is still correct, but the implementation was incorrect. To fix this, I want to introduce a temporary blueprint class that the map generator will use during the process. Once the map is fully generated, the blueprint is used to create the visuals and the final clean map data object for the game situation. This resolves all errors while maintaining the improved architecture. Okay, okay, yes. I like it. Do I want access to that data later on? Because once it's generated in a player's save file, the local map is the local map, right? Everything that's there, all the procedural data that is used to build it is not going to be needed later on because you don't regenerate your local map, right? The players would never do that. You would create the planet, they would pick their colony starting area. See, more data to me is better, even though I don't know if I would actually ever use that intermediate or transient procedural data that was used to create the local map chunk. Every chunk that gets generated would get saved off after its generation, and again, we don't need the transient procedural data. But again, I don't think I think holding on to it wouldn't really be that big a deal memory wise. I'm going to go forward with this, and I'm going to do some thorough testing of from procedural world gen to local map gen to out to different chunks and back to, and then the item container and inventory systems, the pocket dimensions and the enchantments, the farming. So it's farming unfortunately touched a lot of things, and again, these things would get touched anyways in the process of this. So I'm gonna go with it. Now the cave generation, I don't need this. It was a. I started to do cave generation with the procedural local map gen because if you follow the how, oh my gosh, cheap followers, shut up. Like Minecraft's procedural world gen and Terraria, obviously they have cave systems and whatnot. I'm not doing that. I'm not going up and down in the depth. I'm not burying material like ore down in the earth. I have a much flatter, less. There's elevation. There's different elevation, like as you can see. But it's not. I'm not gonna have like where you can mine down in the earth and crap. And if I do a layered approach, like you go into a cave and you go down, like you're mining down, it, those would just be new procedural maps layered on top of each other. I wouldn't build like the whole stack. Because like a dungeon, say you go in a dungeon, it has 3 levels. Each one of those is going to be its own individual map data. I'm not going to allow you just from, yeah, you're not going to be able to like mine down into the earth. So with the cave generation, I need to gut it. I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to take what it's got for now. Do 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 do. Thank God for source control. This is a big ass fucking refactor. I hate it. Determine if a trait can be added based on the crafting context. Just use that. I'm gonna need another drink here soon. I'm gonna get a water bottle. I gotta space the monsters. Hardcode centralized rulebook. Yeah, okay. This creates several long-term problems: brittleness, lack of data-driven design, violation of single responsibility. That's right. Moving this logic to where it belongs. In the current version of the code, the one I provided to fix the compilation errors, the logic was removed entirely. The responsibility for handling traits was simplified and pushed back to the data assets item def. Okay. Which aligns with your project's overall architecture. Agreed. The current logic is when the item is created, it inherits all inherited properties from the IDEF and material blueprints. This is a much cleaner and more predictable and more data-driven approach. Connecting your question anticipates a future design challenge. What if I do want context specific traits? Okay. All right. Whatever. You win again. You win again. That really was hard coded and kind of temporary. View the code base to make sure I have all the current edits, and address breaking changes. Cannot wait to be past this, because this does lay the groundwork for everything that I was going to get to eventually, and just getting to it sooner than I wanted to. Because when I was testing or working out the item and inventory and container systems earlier, it was kind of moving fast, and I wasn't, again, like that hard-coded method there, and then I had just some quick stuff that was gonna get changed as the item properties definition scriptable object system got more mature and fleshed out. So the farming logic is forcing my hand to do this, which is good. It just needs to get done. It just, yeah, I wasn't gonna do it this soon. Again, is the local map generation data, procedural data, really temporary and does not need to be persisted? I guess if I my do not disturb sign is like propped up on the door right now, and Like, and I just opened that door to check on the noise. So how the hell is it propped up on the door? It must have been hanging on the handle on the inside. Otherwise, I've got ghosts. But why would it have just fell? I mean, it's like up on the door, so like my do not disturb sign is now like leaning up against the door that I just opened just a little bit ago. And I did not put it on the inside of the door handle. Maybe the housekeeping did, and the air just kind of pushed it off. Maybe that's a glitch in the matrix. Am I about to get taken out? So my previous reacting map data is where significant architectural change. I will provide a comprehensive set of corrections to resolve all the listed errors. The main fix involves creating a temporary blueprint class for the world journey to use. This preserves a clean architecture object. Here are the updated scripts to get your project compiled again. That's only one script. Awake, start, create loot drop. Awake, start, create loot drop. I think this thing has got too long in the tooth. I want to get through this, damn it. Actually, wait. This is the way to do that. So I usually create a Google Doc of the thing so I can come over here and quickly reference my project plan from another conversation. Current. I'm going to do going forward, instead of giving it the whole code base, I'm going to start giving it the individual parts I'm working on. Because I don't know, I feel like it's getting confused with that process now, but it could be me. Canvas, do what you do. I don't know about it. I don't know about it. I'm glad I got a backup of all this bullshit. Okay, that looks fine. It is getting, it's just doing stuff that I wasn't quite ready for, or well, I wasn't planning on doing, but it does make sense that I need to get this worked out for the farming and the plants and the seeds and the breeding and all that, and stacking of items with unique properties that are carried over in breeding. Awake, craft item. so we're through that. All right, let's discuss next steps. And while he's doing that, I'm going to test some shit. Alrighty. Let's go to World Gen. We have factions. We have our world. Another thing is the local map generation. I want to get back to the preview where I can see. Okay, that's not broken. Yay. Still looking. The roads obviously are still all kinds of fuckery. Look at that right there. The road goes like bloop, boop. Amazing engineers can just build roads across oceans. Road generations will implement the new pathfinding algorithm and create more natural and intuitive paths, and it will avoid oceans, because I'm going to weight oceans, or actually oceans are just going to be not walkable. So the pathfinding engine right now isn't taking in weights. So like, in a lot of times with pathfinding, say you want to make a certain section harder to, like, has more weight or a penalty for the path to take. So it can go across that penalty area if it ends up the total cost of the path costs less than the going around. So say, but that's why you would increase or add penalties to certain areas to encourage them to avoid certain areas, but they can get through if they need to. But on the pathing algorithm right now on the World Gen is very basic, and it doesn't have any weights or a way to say this is not pathable in the world tiles. But that's coming soon. So River Gen and Road Gen is going to get a rework here, and then I'm going to strip out the cave generation because I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I don't want it. I'm almost sure. So let me look here. Oh God. Yeah, look, that's fucking hosed. Oh wait. Okay, no, it's not broken. Sorry. I just hadn't selected a section on the Earth yet. So even though the height differences here, this is the noise data you're seeing kind of translated to this mesh. And the fact that it's moving means that my height data is persistent. So, but ultimately I'm not going to use the Perlin noise or the height data like this. I'm going to, get this on my fucking ear. All right, so that's not broken. I guess the AI knows what it's doing a little. Again, I was reviewing everything and I was just like, yes, fine. But again, it was a lot of changes across a lot of core systems. But again, it all makes sense. But again, it was a kind of a quick and fast thing to get the farming in place. Well, it's not quick and fast. Actually, this is what needed to happen in the first place. I should have done this the first time around. No harm, no foul. It's fine. All right, so that's working. Let's go to what else could be affected by that. Let's go to inventory UI. So here, as I was talking through the item stacking and the grids, and like you got an item that has a special set of properties. So now you're going to have, this cooked beef could have special traits, right? I could have two cooked beefs. One that's just a normal cooked beef with no frills. Two, I could have a cooked beef that has some traits, food traits that give it bonuses. compared to the no frills beef. So you would have 2 entries of beef. So what I do think to make it, my worry is in the list, if a list inventory screen like this, the 2 entries, you have to click on them to know which is which. But again, in the grid, you're gonna have to hover over it and see why they're different and they aren't stacking. What I'm gonna do is, and if it is not just a standard item with no traits, it'll have the information, like the name will be a little different. So if it's a higher quality food, it'll have more ways to distinguish it. So you don't even have to hover. You don't have to select it to see the details. Um, you can visually see it because of the name. Whereas in the grid based inventory, you got to hover over it to see that these two things are different and what is different. And again, eating food is a whole thing. Like you are what you eat. Your attributes and stuff. You eat better food, you get basically experience toward your attributes and things. So cooking has a lot more meaning. It's not just, oh, cook food to restore health or stamina or give a temporary buff, right? You actively want to find and cook better food for your character because it will help you grind your attributes up too, because it provides experience for those. So now cooking isn't this simple little loop that really, because like Valheim, that game, the cooking, it didn't make a lot of. I mean, they tried to expand its functionality and stuff, but it still just came down to recover health, more stamina, recover stamina, or like beef buff stamina for like 30 minutes. Cooking will actually provide experience towards your attributes depending on the meal, and it can take away experience if you keep eating really like rotten food and terrible stuff for you. It can actually be detrimental to your attributes. So now cooking, again, farming has a whole new game loop. It's not this simple: get seed, corn, plant it, harvest corn, put corn in cornmeal, or I don't know, corn dish, and then eat the dish, recover health. That's, very simple system. Now it has it's in it you you are what you eat. Eating good food matters. Eating bad food matters. Um, the what breeding of your seeds and your plants and trying to carry on traits from one plant to the next matters, because now that seed and plant that came from it is going to create better food, possibly has a chance to make better food with better properties. So now it's just, it makes it, you know, have meaning. A lot of times you just got like your cooking bitch in survival games, and like that guy just, or well, you just cook and you put a it's all basic and it has no real any progression or any kind of gameplay loop outside of the very basic seed, plant, cook, eat, seed, plant, cook, eat, seed, plant, cook, eat. Now you're like, oh, I'm trying to get this trait. I'm going to try to carry on this trait and make it better in the next generation of plants that come from that seed. All right, let's continue testing some shits. World gen's fine. Character creation shouldn't be broken, but I'm testing everything. Such a big refactor. Yeah, this screen is very isolated and decoupled and doesn't really link into. Actually, I could allow possessions, so your randomized characters could start with random possessions, and then the item inventory refactors may have mattered, but it didn't. These two methods are no longer compatible with the new generator logit that derives the loud races from the faction. They are kept here for reference, but would require significant changes for the character to work as before. Good to know. I'll come back to that. Now let's see if we can generate a local map. Temp map, and I will that way I can just have a quick map I can throw out on the grid. But I'm just going to create a prefab of this. It's not going to get rid of it. Well, it actually will, I think. Come on. So another thing too is right now, if you look at it, every one of the lowest elevation is a cube, right? In the individual meshes. So it's a lot of draw call, shadow casters, whatever. And I could use item or material instancing and GPU instancing, right, to make that better. But you're never going to break through. You're never going to. Are you going to change anything about the bottom layer? I guess you can put. You can go from grass to road. Anyway, I'll end that tangent here. I'll worry about this later. So prefab generator. So I'm going to go to tools, local map generator. Here's another handy trick that I used AI to kind of build out for me. When I was, so for complex systems, right? The complex things are like you're troubleshooting something. I can dump all of the generation settings, like all the information related to local map gen. I created a feature to basically dump it into a clipboard and to log it into the editor. But now I have this and I can feed it to the AI and give it an exact picture of the complicated procedural logic that just went off or that I have set at the moment. And it can then we can work through these it's good information to have when debugging procedural generation. And I said, hey, you know what? I want to be able to show you a snapshot of what the procedural generation did or what all the settings are at this moment. And it allows me to give it a lot of information around a complex thing. So I'm gonna use this concept more in other complex systems, because sometimes like, oh well, there's a lot of like the seeds here, the height multipliers, this, all yada 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 yada. But here we go. We're gonna clear generate it, and then here we go. Sweet, local map gen's still working. Now, this is the other map that you guys saw, I deleted a lot of the procedural prefabs because it just cleaned it up. This didn't look too bad though. I mean, it's too many rocks. The density of rocks is too much. That spawns trees facing different directions, and that I don't want that. So every local map prefab that can be, let's call it details, biome details. So this is the temperate forest biome details. It has different types of trees and for every detail you can dictate through scriptable objects what the scale, any randomized location. So you can say, okay, this oak tree, the density of these trees, I can dial them way down. And there's 3 types of trees, but they're all the same trees. Let me just take the density of the trees down to show you kind of how powerful this is. So now you see there's way less trees. I turn the density of the trees down. So there's a lot less trees. but I can also specify scale multipliers. So every spawn tree on the local map will be within this minimum scale modifier. So it can be from 0.85 scale to 1.2. So let's take and junk this up to 10, 10, and then generate again. See, now we got little trees and we got massive trees because the local procedural gen is so randomized rotation max. I want to take that to 0. Actually, let's see if I can go. Yeah, take the rotation out of the trees. So I don't want random rotation of the trees, so they always face the camera. Or hopefully this will always face the camera. Yep, they did. So see here, now all the trees are facing the same direction, no randomization of the rotation. So it's a very powerful biome. I can specify the details of the biomes here. And so, okay, I'm pretty confident in this refactor now. Map gen's not broken. Local map, world gen, it's not broken. I need to do some testing around items and properties and crafting and stuff, but I bet you that's gonna be fine. But even if something is tweaked, I'll work through it and I'll fix it. Let me grab my Caesar salad here in a second. So let's go ahead and let's check in right now. I hate when it fails to. Do the check-in notes. Farming and item inventory map data. All right. All right, we got a level set here. I committed to my local. I didn't push because I got more work to do. Still can't believe we're not past phase 1 of the goddamn farming implementation plan. Like, there was a lot of pre-work that needed to happen to really support. And again, it's not just it is good stuff. Now that I sit there and I've kind of digested it, it's what I needed to do and I wanted to do anyway. So it's fine. It's fine. Just don't think about it. Farming phase 1. All right. Again, I don't really need to do the file copies, but I'm just, again, I'm moving so fast and stuff. I want to be able to compare it to, if I need to, I can look at these snapshots without having to go into Git and do that. But I can also pull the CS out and allow for bulk or quick bulk, give it to the AI, this version, this one, whereas I can't do that with Git. So I like doing a physical copy now, as well as checking in at major milestones. So, because Git and So AIs and read and get repos is a little wonky, and I can't tell it. Look at this. Let's commit to this one at the moment. I probably could, but I don't. It doesn't. I don't know how. It's just more, safety during big refactors and stuff. Now, I'm gonna grab my Caesar salad, and we're gonna continue on with the plan shizzles. Actually, let's go ahead and listen to something real quick. Implementing.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today we are undertaking a pretty massive architectural challenge. We're looking at taking an already complex
Be right back. Grab my
game,
salad.
utility-based simulation, and integrating this huge, deeply simulated new feature farming, and specifically based on some really comprehensive external research, that Elin model.
Right.
And the trick is doing it without, collapsing everything else that's already there.
Yeah, it's not just adding a couple of plant pots, is it?
Exactly. This is about building a whole agricultural ecosystem, something that really lives and breathes in the simulation.
Mm.
So our source material today, it's basically the technical backbone for this whole thing. We've got the internal feature breakdown, the current architecture.
All the C# managers, data structures, AI models.
Yeah, all that stuff. And then we have this comprehensive project plan that details exactly how to build and kind of retrofit this high-fidelity farming feature onto that existing base.
It's quite the plan.
Okay, let's unpack this then. The mission today is really to see how the existing architecture, the singleton managers, scriptable objects, the utility AI, how it actually supports this huge new feature.
Right.
But maybe more importantly, how the need for this farming system actually forces improvements that end up benefiting the whole game.
That's the really interesting part, I think.
We're looking for those structural connections, those kind of aha moments in the tech.
Yeah, and what's fascinating here, looking at the plan, is how the specific needs of, say, advanced seed breeding, which is core to the Elin system inspiration, it forces this fundamental, non-negotiable upgrade to how the game handles items at its core.
An upgrade to the item system, just from farming.
Exactly. We're not just adding farming, we're fundamentally improving the game's whole itemization capability. And that has these massive ripple effects across the entire project.
Wow, okay, so it's not isolated at all.
Not at all. It acts as a catalyst for some really deep structural change.
Okay, so before we get into the nitty-gritty of seed traits or, soil fertility dynamics, we need to establish the
Give me
this
subscribe,
game has some strong
follow,
architectural rules.
give me likes if you can.
So which existing
Join the
systems
Discord,
are we
man.
really leaning on most heavily here?
I'm really trying to,
We start right
build
at
up
the
a community
foundation.
around the game.
The singleton managers.
And again,
Now,
if you
singletons
ever need help
themselves are
with
pretty
programming
simple,
or anything
but it's
technical,
what they do in this specific setup that makes the farming feature actually
I'm
live.
always
We've got the game state
there
management
to
system.
help.
It runs on that real-time with pause mechanic.
Right.
And the key component there is the game updater. It's like the heartbeat of the simulation. It processes NPC turns, scheduled events, but only when the game has been paused.
And that consistent, predictable processing loop, that's exactly what a complex farming system needs, isn't it? Something reliable.
Absolutely. The game updater is the perfect clock for this. We just hooked the new farming manager right into it. That guarantees that, say, once per simulation day,
Right.
it triggers this predictable global growth tick.
Oh.
And that means all the calculations, plant growth, water evaporation,
I
soil
said no
changes,
croutons.
decay, they all happen in perfect sync across the whole world. Avoids all those nasty race conditions or inconsistencies you can get with purely real-time sims.
Okay, that makes sense for time. But the simulation isn't just about time, it's also space. How does the world even know a farm plot is there? How does it react?
That's where the entity management system comes in. Its main job is tracking units, sure, but it also manages the underlying grid. And critically, it dynamically updates the A pathfinding graph.
Ah, pathfinding, okay.
So when a character does the job till soil action, the tiles map tile data gets updated, right?
Yeah.
And the entity manager tells the A system, hey, adjust the cost for this tile.
So are we talking like it blocks the path entirely, or is it more like a penalty? That seems important for how NPCs behave.
Good question. Generally, for something like tilled soil, you want a significant movement cost penalty.
Yeah.
Maybe like 75% slower movement.
Not a hard block.
Right. Hard blocks are usually for walls, deep water, stuff like that. This penalty just makes NPCs prefer to path around the tilled fields. It leads to more natural, believable walking patterns. They'll respect the field.
But they can still cross it if they really have to.
Exactly. If it's the only route they can cross, but it'll realistically slow them down. They aren't just, totally immobilized by a bit of till dirt.
Okay. And for all these different systems, farming, pathfinding, UI to talk to each other, like a change in soil richness needs to trigger a notification, or maybe a harvest triggers a sound effect. How does that work?
That's the global event system, game events. It's like the game's nervous system.
Decoupled communication.
Exactly. Super crucial.
Yeah.
So if the new farming manager sees a plant hit its final growth stage, it just fires off a crop ready for harvest event. Then maybe the log manager is listening and writes a message. The sound manager listens and plays a little jingle. Maybe some other modded system listens and triggers a visual effect.
And none of them need to know how the farming manager works internally.
Precisely. They just need to know what events to listen for or fire off.
Yeah.
Keeps everything cleaner and more modular.
That communication backbone really enables the complexity, doesn't it? But the
Right.
actual content, the crops, the traits, that relies on the data-driven design using scriptable objects, or SOs.
Yeah, this is the absolute blueprint for content. The whole game already works this way. Races, crafting recipes, character traits, they're all defined using these immutable SO data templates.
Which means designers can add stuff without touching the core code.
Exactly. You want a new type of mushroom? Create a new crop data set. New trait, make a trait cell. No recompiling, no messing with the core logic. It's incredibly powerful for iteration and modding.
We've seen this work really well in the character system, right? Where characters are basically just data containers, the unit model separating the what's from the how. But let's focus on how farming impacts character abilities through the dynamic stat system, the runtime stats.
Okay, yeah. This is a really powerful calculation engine that's already in place. Stats like, say, crafting speed or health, they aren't just fixed numbers.
Right, they're calculated.
They're calculated dynamically based on a whole hierarchy. The character's 8 core attributes, their skill levels, current health, temporary buffs or debuffs.
So walk me through an example. Let's say my character eats a high-grade radish grown using this new farming system. And this radish has some kind of temporary bonus trait baked into its data. How does that flow through?
Okay, so the food item has its item instance data. We'll get more into that later, which holds the trait info. When consumed, that trait data, let's say it's Brawn Boost, gets handed straight into the runtime stats calculator. The calculator sees Brawn Boost, temporarily modifies the relevant core attribute like strength,
And then
and then it automatically recalculates every single derived stat that depends on strength. So suddenly, mining speed, melee damage, maybe even carrying capacity, they all update instantly.
wow. So the farming system just provides a new input to this existing engine.
Exactly. We didn't have to write custom code for apply radish buff.
Yeah.
We just defined the data for the radish trait, and the existing runtime stat system handles the integration automatically. It's incredibly efficient.
Okay, that's powerful. Now that brings us to the decision makers, the actual farmers, the AI framework. It's utility based. For listeners maybe not deep into AI design, why utility based? Why not something simpler like a finite state machine for managing a farm?
Good question. Finite state machines, FSMs, they're great for simple, predictable loops, like patrol point A, then point B, repeat.
Right.
But farming, it's dynamic, it's messy. Sometimes you need to plant, sometimes water, sometimes harvest. But maybe you also need to eat right now, or run away from a goblin, or fix your hoe.
Too many states for an FSM to handle cleanly.
Exactly. Utility-based decision-making is way better for this because it's constantly evaluating potentially hundreds of factors against all possible actions or goal. It's more fluid. The AI architecture separates the NPC brain, which is the thinker, the decision maker, from the NPC motor, which is just the body, handling movement requests.
And the NPC brain looks at these utility goals, so assets. Goals like go farming, repair gear, sleep.
Correct. And it figures out the priority by consulting these specialized utility consideration SO curves.
Curves. How does that work?
Think of a curve like a little function. It maps some input state like how low are the faction's food reserves
Yeah.
to a score, usually between 0 and 1. So if food is critically low, the consideration curve for that state might output 0.9 for the farm goal. If it's midsummer, maybe a consideration for optimal planting time scores 1.0.
So the AI isn't following a rigid script.
Not at all. It just calculates the scores for all possible goals based on all relevant considerations at that exact moment, and then pursues whichever goal currently has the highest score.
Which leads to emergent behavior.
Exactly. You don't explicitly program an NPC to be a farmer. You program a character who values things like efficiency, food security, maybe staying dry. And they become a farmer organically when the simulation's conditions make farming the highest scoring goal for them.
Okay, the foundation seems really solid. Now let's introduce the new data structures demanded by this Elin-inspired farming spec. We start with the basic template, the new crop definition, the crop data SO.
Right. So this is the template for all the static, unchanging information about a plant. Crops, trees, grass, whatever. Like any SO, it's immutable once defined.
And it needs to contain the whole life cycle, right?
Absolutely. For example, the growth stages field isn't just a number like 5 stages. It's an array of structures. Each structure in the array
Can you hear that decent when I play audio, or the PC audio? Is it coming through fine? So when I listen there, we're not off track, and we've nailed some of those early considerations. We're so close to using the actual models and tilling up the earth. Soon. Soon. All right, YouTube land, Twitch land. What am I doing next? Let's This is another reason I like the project plans. It keeps me on point as well. Like I don't get it not only helps me drive the AI so I can make the code edits and quicker and really kind of get through a lot of the logic faster, but keeps my ADHD brain also in sync because I have the plan, but I'm not sitting out here creating stories and trying to do like an agile Jira workflow and like bringing work and paperwork and bureaucracy into my life. But I still get that project structure and that those goals and milestones and phases, but it's all kind of just part of the workflow instead of being this separate thing I have to maintain, check off, whatever. I work through the project plan, I move on. I build a new project plan to implement the next thing, I move on. Okay, we're backed up, we're checked in. Next step, implement recursive weight calculation. Your weight manager script includes a great note. The weight of items inside containers. Again, because of the list system, I don't think I'm going to have you don't need containers in containers because in the grid system it makes sense. So you got a bag in your grid slot, your main inventory bag. You open up that and now you have more grids to put items in. And again, I really wish I could pull people, and because I'm really kind of going with what I think I would like better, and dicking with a grid and how uncontroller friendly it is. And just like that, you got nested containers just to get more grid slots. And you don't know where stuff is at easily. You can't filter it easily. But everyone complains about Skyrim's list grid. Well, and it's not really Skyrim. It's modeled after the mod Sky UI, but it's a loved mod and everyone uses it. I don't know. I wish I could poll a good number of people about the inventory ideas I have in my head. I'm going to forge forward with them. I'll continue on with that because I do want you to have a tent. Like, and you can drop your tent and go inside of it, and it's like its own little dimension. It's why I have the concept of pocket dimensions as a container. Because, like the TARDIS, you go in there and it's bigger. You drop it on the world map and you go inside, but it's got its own space. You can actually decorate the inside of your tent, have containers or drop items and put them inside the tent. And that maybe I don't know about that still. Why do we need to update crop data SO again? Oh shit, it's considering the crops as sprites. I need to refactor, or I think plants are going to be 3D. Well, I like these trees as 2D, but I think crops will be 3D models. It is 2.5D. You know, I have the luxury of doing it however I want. And my asset for plants they are 3D models. All my grow stages are 3D models. All my plant artwork is 3D models. That's what I want to do. Hold on. Wild harvest. So I'm gonna talk through that with, I'm gonna. The tilled soil, plants, their grow stages, and their harvestable prefabs are all 3D models. A lot of loud sounds going on. Phase 2. Connect the growth tick to a global time/season manager to halt the growth in winter. Implement the calculate. So one thing I should have done prior to the farming is get the time of day, seasons, and weather. Factored in. So if it's raining, it should water everything. If it's a violent storm, it has a chance of damaging your crops. Maybe. I want the weather to factor into the farming. Because that, I mean, how dope would that be? Like, you don't have to go water your stuff because it's raining. But again, you're going to have your AI for automating farming too. Anyways, I am going to have weather factored in here. Art assets I am going to use for the game. They are 3D models. Yeah, and I think I'm going to stop. Well, I'm going to rework the project plan. I'm going to say we need to create the time of day system, the day and night cycle, and the weather system before we get any further in. Manager, seasons, manager, weather, manager, and day. I don't think you guys can hear them, but good God, there's like someone going buck wild. Some guy laughing. There's all kinds of people yelling. Sounds fun, but they are must be the new neighbors here in the hotel. Oh lordy, it's 10:35 already. God damn, where does the day go? Where do it go? It's up to the plan to include these and factor in the crops and soil being a 3D, the tilled soil sit top of the ground tile or the cell farming zone. Do I have, let me get through these first. Oh shit, they're gonna drive me crazy, dude. I don't want to do what, because the farming manager right now is turning into a very, let's just simulate, and we're not actually using the right systems. We're not using the time system. We don't have the time manager. God, they're so loud. I think they're below me. Include details for all phases. Don't. Because it's like, oh, these phases remain the same. And I'm going to change context windows because I don't want it to get too out of whack. Or again, I want to export the project plan so I can keep working towards the new one. I got this company trying to buy my house and whatnot, and like I was like, I'm just curious, like send me an offer. And yeah, I was expecting at least $450,000 in the offer, and they came up short. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. And two, it's one of those companies that like they try to buy it from you and let you just live there as a renter. I wouldn't do that anyways. I want my equity and I want to own my place. But it's just curious to see what they were gonna try to lowball me with. Because they always lowball you. I have a friend who is a real estate investor, and his wife is a realtor. And like, if I ever sell my place, I usually go with them because I can save on all the fees of selling your house and stuff. And typically, they get me a better. Or the last house or two they bought, or the last one I did with them, I got a great. I got way more money than I was expecting from even just using normal realtors and shit. So he's a G. All right, let's export it. I am excited. I still feel like I've been just fighting through phase one of this project. Oh, I'm gonna go crazy tonight if they don't shut the fuck up. So instead of sprite, we're gonna use game object. Sweet. We're close. We're close to actually seeing the farming. Yeah, I'm gonna Can't stand hearing them. I thought I've stayed in this hotel for over a month last time. And then I've been here for 2 weeks this time. And I've never heard my neighbors. I've only heard events coming out of the big, coming up from the bottom from all the event rooms or whatever. Holy fuck, they're like, oh, it's so loud. I hope I can't hear that in my bedroom when I finally decide to crash. Alright, I'm going to zone them out. Maybe this will help. Alright. Move on from there. I'm actually excited about getting the time and day and night cycles because I can get I can see the shadows move and I can kind of dial in the visual stuff some and get closer to this here. Now I need the local map gen. I need to get to where it's placing grass. The rocks aren't spawning as much, and get it some flowers and stuff like that. It's gonna look so good. And then this is the style I'm going after for the planet, and it's gonna be amazing. Because like right now it's just this. And on the planet screen, I'm gonna let you see what the local map is gonna look like from a top downish or like a local map preview. And it'll look something like this. So if you got a river going through your land, you'll see the river, and then you'll see the different elevations, the geographical data. Brain Time Manager. Hey buddy, how's it going? We got the sun. Rotate the sun to simulate. Advanced season, advanced day, update, time of day 12. Current season is spring, year 1. Advanced day greater than 30, advanced season, okay. And if the season is going from winter to spring, we're going to advance the year. Okay, I like that. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. That's a good first take. Actually, it's probably, yeah, more than enough. Now, does it have a reference to my directional light? Range, prime float, action, end of day, season change. My God, I cannot stand it. She's literally, there's a chick just screaming, laughing. Oh my God. I'm looking at the peak meter to see if it's peak. If I see the microphone peaking because of them. I don't know if you guys can hear them, but I can. Sweet baby, little baby Jesus, give me patience. I can't think because it's just constant yelling and screaming. At almost 11 at night. Fun. So you're going in the core. Managers. Time manager.cs. This is wild. I've never had it give me a fucking meta file. This is the file that Unity makes to track the different items in the project. So it's like the metadata for a file in your code or your game. Why in the hell do you do that? I think it's can't think either. Alright, so weather, cloudy, raining, snowing. Weather clear, sunlight modifier, public properties for other systems to query. Rainfall amount. Subscribe to the on day end event to trigger a weather change check. Determine weather, next weather. Change weather. Sunlight modifier. Oh, that's cool. All right. And again, a quick way of adding these files. And I could use the agents, but again, I just don't. Just because it acts like, or they have that issue with the Star Pathfinding project and trying to use it as its, I don't know. I showed you last time, but it's annoying. And this is fine enough because again, I kind of look at it and I think through it and all that. Okay. Great. Empty. Time manager. Create empty. Weather manager. Now I gotta fix these to fucking move on. Oh, they need to shut up. Good thing hopefully they're just here for the weekend. I'm here till next Thursday on the East Coast, and then I'm gonna drive home on the next Friday. Be driving home. So I hope upon hope so close. I need to eat, but I'm going to continue. I'm only 3 hours and 18 minutes into the stream. I'm so close to farming. These bastards. Alright, I'm gonna try to zone them out. I'm gonna zone them out. Caught you. I caught you slipping, AI. Caught you fucking slipping. Oh, it's so close. So now I've made the modifications to item instances and the item data so we can have our unique items that don't stack with other items that are not unique. We've got time and day and weather systems. We got the groundwork for all the AI work for farming, for the player farming. Bitch, are you being lazy? AI literally told me to do it. I think Gemini's over my shit. Thank you, Gemini. they're just distracting the hell out of me. I'm just hungry. I'm being grumpy. I'm gonna hit play on this and make a little food, and I'll be right back.
Defines the duration in game ticks needed for that specific stage, and also points to the visual representation, the mesh, the particle effect for that stage.
So a complex crop might need way more definition data than a simple weed.
Precisely. 5 stages means 5 data entries in that array, and the environmental needs have to be defined right here in the template too.
Sunlight and water.
Yep. We need fields like sunlight requirement,
Yep.
probably an enum, full, partial, none. If it's set to full, then the growth calculations we talked about earlier will just halt during winter when the sunlight simulation scores 0 for outdoor tiles.
Okay, direct link.
And then water requirement may be a float value. Could range from 0.1 for a hardy desert cactus to 0.9 for something like tropical paddy rice that needs constant moisture.
I can immediately see the gameplay there. If you find some ancient seed that requires 0 sunlight,
Instantly, you know it's a cave crop.
right, it directs your whole settlement strategy, pushes you towards underground farming.
That's the power of data-driven constraints. We also define the resource cycle right here, the fertility consumption value.
How much the plant takes out of the soil.
Yeah, and it's not fixed. A demanding crop might pull, say, 20 points of fertility from the tile every time it's harvested. This immediately links crop choice to long-term soil management strategy.
And there's that is perennial flag, too, that links back to automation, doesn't it? Determines if the plant needs clearing after harvest.
Correct. If it's not perennial, like wheat, it leaves behind remnants that require a specific job clear remnants before the tile can be used again. Perennials, like fruit trees, wouldn't need that.
Okay, so that's all static template data. But the Elin system, and really any deep crafting or progression system, needs items, especially seeds, to carry unique, changing data. Which brings us to the critical architectural upgrade, item instance data.
This is probably the single biggest architectural shift driven by this feature. It's fundamental.
Why? What's the problem with the existing item def template?
The existing item def SO template is perfect for defining, say, a stack of 100 identical stone items. It's a blueprint. But what about a masterwork steel sword +3, or a potato seed +15 with potential boost trait? These items need to track their unique history, their enhancement level plus value, any special traits they've acquired. This data is mutable, it changes.
And you can't store mutable data on the shared scriptable object template.
Exactly. If you did, every single potato seed in the entire game world would suddenly become +15 with potential boost the moment one instance got upgraded. It would break everything. It's a classic anti-pattern.
Okay, so the solution is this new serializable item instance data class. It exists separately from the template and holds only the unique mutable properties for a specific item or stack.
Precisely.
But hang on. For a simulation game that needs to be performanted, aren't we talking about potentially creating thousands, maybe tens of thousands, of these extra instance objects? Seeds, food, crafted gear, potions. Doesn't that create huge memory overhead? What about garbage collection?
That's a critical concern, and the plan addresses it directly. Performance is paramount. The item instance data class itself is designed to be really lean. Think of it almost like a struct, but as a class so it can be nullable. It's serializable, obviously, for saving games and designed for fast deserialization.
Allocation.
Crucially, it's only created when absolutely necessary. An item only gets an item instance data.
I'm gonna put a note up. I'm taking a little break.
Property like an enhancement value, a trait, maybe durability damage.
So basic stone, basic wood. They never get one.
Never. That saves potentially millions of allocations. And for the items that do need it, the inventory system is designed to use a managed object pool for these item instance data objects wherever possible.
Ah, pooling. Okay.
Yeah, especially during things like splitting stacks or merging them.
Right.
It minimizes the garbage generated during common inventory operations. It definitely adds complexity to the inventory code, no doubt, but it's an investment needed to ensure the system scales without grinding to a halt later on.
That level of detail is definitely reassuring. Okay, let's get back to that aha moment you mentioned. This whole item instance data layer was forced by the need for mutable seed data.
Pretty
But
sure
the
they're below me.
benefits ripple outwards.
Massively. The game's potential for loot depth just explodes overnight.
Mhm.
Before this, adding something like a masterwork quality level was probably a hack, maybe using item naming conventions or something brittle.
Right.
Now, the crafting system can just cleanly write a quality level integer directly into the new item instance data field.
I'll be
Where a
right back.
high-skilled
I gotta.
member crafts
I'm
an
gonna
item.
go to the bathroom,
Simple, robust.
eat
And that
these
same
chicken
mechanism
wings,
for magic items.
Exactly.
and I'll
the
be
same
right
mechanism. You want randomly generated stats on magic.
I'm gonna be
instances.
coding through the
Store
night.
a dictionary
It's
stat right inside the item instance data.
11
Boom,
o'clock
you've
now.
got a helmet of +8 vitality and
Yeah, I'll
+5
probably be
fire
coding to
resistance.
like, I don't know, I'll probably be on
changes
another
the player's investment loop, doesn't it?
three,
It's not
2 or
just
3
about finding
hours
items
working.
anymore. It's
So
about finding unique
don't go
items,
nowhere.
maybe
I'll
even
be right back.
developing them through crafting or
Shotgun
breeding.
wings.
It creates that foundational hook for long-term player retention. Suddenly, every potentially enhanced item can feel distinct special. This is perfect architectural synergy. A fix required by one system becomes a massive upgrade for all systems dealing with items.
Okay, fantastic. Lastly, for this section, we need to integrate farming into the actual world map grid. We need the map tile data component. This lives on every tile.
Every tile in a loaded map chunk, yeah. It needs to track the 3 critical dynamic properties for farming on that specific tile: fertility, water level, and tilled status.
Right. Fertility is the richness, always changing. Water level is moisture, going up with rain, down with evaporation. And tilled status is just that state machine, not tilled, or paddy.
Those 3 pillars define the local farming simulation state.
And the strategic tie-in here is just brilliant. The initial static soil fertility value that comes from the Perlin noise during world generation.
Yeah, from worldgenerator.cs when the map's first created.
That static value sets the initial dynamic fertility for the tile when the game starts, but also its maximum possible dynamic fertility forever.
Exactly. This immediately gives meaning to player exploration and settlement choices. If the world gen noise says a biome generally has high fertility, maybe scoring 95 out of 100, then a tile in that biome starts at 95 dynamic fertility. And even if you enrich it later, it can never go above that initial 95 cap.
Whereas settling on barren tundra, maybe the max fertility is only 30.
Right. So choosing to settle in a fertile jungle biome gives you an intrinsic permanent advantage in farming yield and sustainability compared to the tundra. It connects that large-scale strategic settlement decision directly to the minute-by-minute reality of managing your farm plots.
Okay, data structures are in place. Map tiles know about fertility. Let's look at the actual doing of farming. All the actions, tilling, planting, harvesting, they all rely on the existing jobburner.cs and taskmanager.cs architecture, right? Farming is just another job.
Yes, and that's critical. It means NPCs and the player use the exact same underlying logic and systems. Keeps things consistent, easier to maintain, and allows AI autonomy naturally. The sequence usually starts with field preparation. First is job strip grass. Pretty simple, just clears debris or wild grass. Requires a tool tagged as shovel. Prepares the bare earth.
Then the crucial step, job till soil. This needs a hoe tool tag, and it changes the map tile data's tilled status to tilled. How long does a job like tilling actually take? Is it fixed, or does skill matter?
Oh, it's definitely dynamic. The time it takes is calculated based on the character's farming skill level, the new skill we discussed, and probably modified by the quality of the hoe they're using, plus a base time defined in the job def SO for tilling.
So a low-skill farmer takes longer?
Much longer. Maybe 20 seconds of real-time game time per tile. A master farmer with a, masterwork adamantine hoe might do it in just 5 seconds. Player progression feels immediately impactful right from preparing the field.
Okay, field's prepped. Now cultivation jobs. Job sow seed. This consumes the seed item. Does it consume the item instance data too?
Good question. Yes, it consumes the seed item stack, and it reads the item instance data from that seed stack, if it exists, and copies that unique data, the enhancement level, the traits onto the new persistent crop instance that gets created in the world on that tile.
Got it. So the seed's legacy is transferred to the growing plant, then there's job water crop.
Right. And the Elim mechanic specified here is quite interesting and strategic. Watering doesn't just fill a meter. It specifically reduces the remaining time till the next growth stage by 1 day's worth of ticks.
So it directly accelerates growth.
Yeah, it's a powerful intervention. If a plant needs, say, 10 more simulation ticks to advance to the next stage, watering it immediately reduces that counter to 9. You can actively speed things up.
And fertilizer adds another layer. Job fertilize crop. Consumes a fertilizer item. The plan says it applies a temporary boost equal to 10% of the crop's total required growth time.
That's the idea. So if a crop takes 100 ticks total from seed to harvest, applying fertilizer gives an immediate one-time non-stacking bonus reduction of 10 ticks.
Applied as like a status effect on the plant?
Probably, yeah, a status effect on the crop instance. This gives a really tangible, immediate reward for using fertilizer. It's not just a passive slight boost, it's a strategic tool to manage your growth timelines.
Makes sense. Okay, the payoff, harvesting. The plan highlights the choice of tool here as a critical strategic micro decision.
Yeah, this is neat. If you harvest with a sickle tool equipped, the job harvest crop generates both the harvest yields, the actual food produce,
Right.
and the seed yields.
And harvesting with a sickle is the only way to trigger the seed breeding system.
Correct. That's the gateway to the deep progression loop. But if you harvest without a sickle, maybe you're just grabbing some berries barehanded in an emergency or forgot your tool. You only get the harvest yields. The food is still generated, maybe slightly less efficiently, but the special seed with its potential enhancements and traits is lost. You don't get a seed back to replant or breed.
So the choice is quick food now or invest in the future potential of my crops.
Exactly. It forces even basic harvesting into a conscious decision about tool management and long-term goals versus short-term needs.
And we have to remember the consequence. The resource cycle conclusion. Fertility drops.
Right, the tile's fertility value is reduced by the amount specified in the harvested crop data SSO. And if that fertility drops too low, into a critical negative range.
Then what? Reduced yield.
Worse. The plan suggests implementing a high probability of total harvest failure. Like a 75% chance the job harvest crop calculation just destroys the plant and yields nothing.
Ouch!
Represents total soil exhaustion, a hard failure state that forces you to rotate crops, let the land lie fallow, or actively replenish the soil. You can't just deplete it indefinitely.
Okay, while the characters are busy working, the environment itself is dynamic. We need to talk more about the environmental simulation, driven by the farming manager's global growth tick.
Right, so every simulation day, the farming manager iterates through every single crop instance in the loaded world. For each one, it calculates a precise growth score. And this isn't simple. It's basically growth rate, base growth rate from crop data SO, times the live sunlight modifier, times the water modifier, times the fertility modifier, times fertilizer status modifier.
And if any of those environmental modifiers drop too low,
growth slows dramatically or halts completely if a modifier hits 0.
And the biggest, hardest constraint in that equation seems to be the seasonal constraint via the sunlight simulation.
Definitely. During winter months, the global simulation might set the ambient sunlight value for all exterior tiles to effectively 0. If a plant's crop data SO specifies sunlight requirement full, then that sunlight modifier in the growth equation becomes 0. Growth stops dead.
Which forces players into long-term planning. Harvest everything before winter, build up stores,
or find an alternative way to provide light.
Which brings us to the sun pendant light. This sounds like a really high-value strategic item then, because it directly bypasses a core seasonal limitation.
Absolutely. The sun pendant light item, when placed, generates a localized radius of artificial sunlight. But here's the clever integration. Its intensity isn't fixed.
Oh.
It's tied directly to the player's settlement electricity grid output, if they have one. A small, sputtering wood generator might only power one pendant at, say, 50% effectiveness. You get some slow winter growth, maybe.
But a late-game fusion reactor?
Could power 20 sun pendants at 100% intensity, allowing for fully industrialized, brightly lit, year-round indoor farming operations. It becomes a major technological progression gate, disguised as just a fancy light fixture.
Very cool. Okay, what about the soil and water dynamics? This is happening passively all the time.
All the time, driven by that daily tick. Fertility on tiles that are fallow, tilled but unplanted, regenerates very slowly, maybe just 1 point per day. This incentivizes crop rotation and letting fields rest.
And water level.
It's affected by 2 main things. There's a daily evaporation factor that reduces the level by a small constant amount, say 0.1 per day, depending on bio maybe.
Yeah.
But the global weather manager system, when it simulates rain, fires off an event. The farming manager listens for this rain-started event and instantly replenishes the water level of all relevant outdoor tiles back to 1.0.
So rain becomes this really important, noticeable event for farmers.
Definitely. A timely rain shower can save you a lot of manual watering.
What about specialized?
What if there's a spell you can like you can summon rain, right? And like it has, you could instantly water all your crops, but you gotta make it like a hard spell to get, or the rain, summon rain to, because you could just walk out and make it rain every day and trying to get through your crops, but if it rains too much, I don't know. Be a cool feature. I'm going to continue listening to this while I'm I'm still kind of in break mode right now while but I'm going to be on for, again, another 2 to 3 hours because I'm so close to having the farming and having the AI moving and farming and automating the farming, and also get to see the time of day, get to do see the weather systems and all that.
Crops like rice. They often need flooded conditions.
That's where the paddy status comes in. The idea is if you use the till action, job till soil, on an already tilled tile, maybe with a specific tool or just as a second action, it changes the tilled status to paddy.
And what does paddy status do?
It changes the rules for that tile. Specifically, it sets the evaporation modifier for water loss to 0. So once a paddy tile is filled with water, either by rain or manual watering, it stays at maximum water level indefinitely, simulating flooded conditions.
Making it ideal for crops like rice that have that high water requirement.
Exactly. It creates this necessary extra step in micromanagement for cultivating specific biome-appropriate crops. You can't just grow rice anywhere without creating paddies.
Okay, the environment simulated. Now the character needs to feel properly integrated. Let's talk about the new farming skill data.
Right, a brand new skill. It plugs right into the existing skill manager, same as mining or crafting. Characters can start with it if they have the right background, like farmhand.
And it affects what exactly?
It's planned as a critical modifier in 3 main areas. First, job speed. We touched on this hierarchy. Farming skill directly reduces the time needed for jobs like tilling, sowing, maybe even harvesting. Makes you more efficient.
That didn't
Okay.
fill me
Second,
up.
harvest yield.
I'm gonna order
A higher
DoorDash.
skill level could introduce a better probability roll for getting bonus items when you harvest. Like instead of 3 potatoes, maybe you have a 20% chance of getting 4 if your skill is high enough.
Nice. Simple bonus. But the real long-term value seems to be its role in seed breeding.
Absolutely. This is key for the deprogression. The character's farming skill level acts as the primary factor influencing the chance of increasing a seed's enhancement level plus value during harvest. And maybe even more importantly, it acts as a hard cap on the maximum enhancement level achievable.
A hard cap. So, if my farming skill is 50,
You physically cannot breed a seed to be higher than plus 50, no matter how lucky you are or what fertilizer you use. The skill itself limits the potential.
wow, okay. So reaching those truly high-end seeds like plus 100 or plus 200 requires dedicated, specialized characters with maxed out farming skill.
Exactly. It ensures that achieving peak farming output is a real investment in character development, not just something you stumble into.
Makes perfect sense for progression. Okay, back to the AI. We need to make sure the utility framework can actually handle the complexities of farming maintenance versus production timing.
Right, we extend the AI's repertoire with a new goal, cold perform farming tasks. And then we need several new specialized consideration assets, utility consideration SO, to help it prioritize correctly.
Like what considerations does a farming AI need?
Well, one critical one is consideration air crops ready for harvest. The curve for this needs to be tuned very aggressively. As soon as a crop hits that ready state, this consideration should shoot up to a very high score, like close to 1.0,
Why so high?
to make harvesting override almost any other non-emergency goal. You don't want NPCs deciding to go fishing or sleep when a field full of crops is about to potentially spoil or miss its window. Preventing loss is paramount.
Okay, that makes sense. What about the maintenance stuff, like watering? How do you stop an NPC from just constantly watering a tile that's already like 99% full? Seems inefficient.
Good point. You tune the curve for consideration air crops thirsty non-linearly. The score should be near 0 when the tile's water level is high, say 80% or above. It only starts to climb significantly when the water drops below, maybe 50%, and only approaches that high 1.0 score when the level is critically low, like 10%.
So they only water when it's actually needed.
Exactly. Prevents them from wasting time on pointless, spastic maintenance actions. Efficiency is key for the AI.
And then there's the high-level faction goal, consideration food stockpile. This ties individual AI farming actions directly to the settlement's overall survival.
Precisely. This is where you get that emergent specialization we talked about earlier. If a player founds a settlement in a really fertile area, the AI characters living there will constantly observe that the farm goal scores highly. Why? Because the potential yield is good due to high fertility, and the faction always has some need for food, driving up the food stockpile score. So naturally, NPCs in that settlement will tend to prioritize farming tasks over, say, less productive mining in that area. They generate a food surplus.
And that settlement becomes known for food. A trading hub emerges.
Exactly. The simulation's environmental factors and the AI's utility calculations naturally lead to logical economic specialization. All without hard coding, this is a farming village.
Okay.
The system dictates the economy.
Okay, the ultimate end goal of all this character and AI progression seems to be the deep progression loop. Seed breeding. This is where that item instance data upgrade really pays off.
This is the core loop for long-term farming mastery. The new breeding manager logic gets triggered only during a harvest performed with a sickle job harvest crop. It runs the enhancement plus value calculation. The chance for the resulting seed, the seed yield, to gain a +1 to its enhancement level is basically a complex weighted roll.
What factors into that role?
Several things. The character's farming skill is a major factor, likely a linear modifier. Whether fertilizer was active on the plant when harvested gives a significant, perhaps binary bonus to the chance. And really interestingly, the plan ties in the character's faith rating with a relevant harvest-themed deity, like the Kumaromi mentioned in the source material.
Faith affects seed breeding. That's a deep connection. How does that work? Is it just a multiplier or does it unlock tiers?
The plan suggests it acts as a potent multiplier on the enhancement chance roll. It might even be necessary to have high faith to reliably succeed at rolls, trying to push seeds past those really high enhancement levels, like +90 or +100, even with max skill.
So religion becomes almost mechanically necessary for peak farming.
Potentially, yeah. The resulting enhancement value, say +16, gets written into the new seeds item instance data, and this value then directly impacts future performance. Maybe every 10 levels grants a permanent 1% yield bonus, or increases the quality level of the food produced.
And high enhancement levels are also the gateway to trait inheritance.
Correct. The plan outlines thresholds. Once a seed's enhancement level crosses certain points, say +10, then +25, then +50, it triggers a chance roll to gain a random food trait.
Like what kind of traits?
The examples given are things like boosts potential gain, grants charisma experience, or maybe minor health regeneration effect. These traits are defined in some data table and randomly assigned. And critically, these traits get copied from the seeds item instance data to the harvested food items item instance data.
Ah, so the food carries the trait.
Yes. Then, when a character consumes that food, the existing health modifier applier.cs system, which already handles buffs and effects, reads the trait from the food's instance data and applies the corresponding effect to the consumer.
Closing the loop. From breeding the seed to growing the plant to eating the food to getting the trait effect. Wow.
It's a complete cycle.
Okay, to manage all this breeding and optimization, the plan calls for new specialized crafting stations.
Yeah, these leverage the existing recipe-def crafting system, but enable some very specific high-level manipulations related to farming. First, the compost box. Seems essential.
What does it do?
It closes the resource loop. It takes food items that have flagged by the game's item spoilage system and converts them into fertilizer items. So surplus food eventually rots, but instead of just being waste, it becomes a key input resource for more farming. Transforms a liability into an asset.
Clever. Then there are more specialized tools, like the millstone for crafting defertilizer. What's that?
Defertilizer sounds like a strategic countermeasure. The recipe is apparently fertilizer combined with some common trash item category.
And applying it defertilizes.
Worse, it seems to instantly halt the growth tick for that specific plant. It puts it in stasis, preserving it indefinitely without letting it ripen further.
Why would you want to do that?
Think late autumn. Winter is coming. You don't have enough sun pendants yet. You have a field full of crops that are almost ripe, but if they ripen fully, they'll spoil during the winter freeze.
Yeah.
Applying defertilizer lets you pause them right before ripening, preserving them until spring. It's a strategic preservation tool.
Ah, okay. Niche, but potentially very useful. And for the really high-end genetic manipulation, the wood and mortar.
But this sounds like the late-game alchemy station for seeds. It uses recipes involving very rare ingredients. Two key examples are mentioned. One uses a potion of oblivion. This recipe would likely consume high-end alchemy components and the target seed. Its effect is to completely reset the seed's enhancement level and all its traits back to 0. A do-over button if your breeding went wrong.
Okay, a reset. And the other?
The other uses an incredibly rare item, Blood of Fallen Angel. This recipe would preserve the seed's hard-won enhancement level, like keeping the +150 value, but completely re-roll its traits.
So you can fish for better traits without losing all the enhancement progress.
Exactly. Makes trait optimization a distinct, super late-game resource sink, almost akin to enchanting gear in other RPGs.
Okay, this whole system generates a ton of complexity, a lot of moving parts. In the late game, you can't possibly be micromanaging hundreds, maybe thousands of individual crop tiles. That sounds like pure tedium.
Agreed. And that's why the delegated farming subsystem is absolutely crucial. It's designed specifically to mitigate that late-game micromanagement burden.
Letting the player become more of a farm manager.
Exactly. The key object here is the farming zone marker. The plan uses a scarecrow as the example object. You place this down, and it defines a zone, very much like how the existing storage zone system works for stockpiles.
Okay, so you designate an area. Then what?
Then the new delegated farming manager takes over. This manager periodically scans all the active farming zones in the world, maybe every few hours of simulation time. Within each zone, it uses logic similar to the AI's utility calculations, but with simpler predefined parameters to figure out the single highest priority job needed right now within that zone. Is it tripping grass, sowing seeds, harvesting ready crops?
It picks one priority job for the whole zone.
Seems like it generates the highest priority job needed somewhere in the zone.
Mm-hmm.
It then creates the corresponding job def instance and just feeds it directly into the global task manager queue.
Ah, so the regular AI workers just see it as another available job assigned by management.
Precisely.
Okay.
They don't need a special delegated farming mode. They just pick up the job from the task manager like any other task they're qualified for. It integrates seamlessly with the existing AI job system.
But the plan also specifically mentions a pacing choice here. The automation is intentionally not perfect.
Right. This is important to keep manual play valuable. The delegated farming manager is designed to be good enough for basic operation, but not optimal. Specifically, the plan states it should never automatically generate jobs for job fertilized crop or job water crop. It only handles the basics, preparing ground, planting, and harvesting.
So optimization still requires player intervention.
Yes. And furthermore, there might be a small built-in yield penalty, maybe 5% or 10%, applied to any crops harvested automatically via the system.
So if you want the absolute maximum yield, the highest enhancement seeds from breeding, and perfectly timed fertilization, you still need to do it yourself, or at least directly manage those specific tasks.
Exactly. Automation handles the bulk, but peak performance requires hands-on management. It keeps the player engaged even in the late game.
Okay, to manage all these interacting variables, fertility, water, growth percent, enhancement levels, traits the user experience, and feedback has got to be crystal clear. You can't just guess what's happening on a tile.
Absolutely critical. A simulation this complex is unplayable if it's opaque. This means extending the existing tooltip extension system, tooltip manipulator.cs, significantly.
So when I mouse over a tile in my farm zone,
You need an instant, real-time readout of all the critical dynamic state for that specific tile. No delays, no clicking required.
what information absolutely has to be in that hover tooltip?
Based on the simulation details, I'd say 5 things are essential. 1, the name of the planted crop, if any, and its current growth percentage. For example, wheat, 67% grown. 2, the tile's current versus its maximum soil fertility. For example, fertility 4560. 3, the tile's current water level, water 0.85, 1.0. 4, the current sunlight exposure level affecting that tile, ERG, sunlight full or sunlight none, indoors. 5, maybe the tilled status, tilled, Patty, not tilled.
Without that immediate feedback, trying to diagnose why something isn't growing would be a nightmare.
Completely. And beyond tooltips, you need dedicated UI panels for deeper inspection and management. The plan mentions a crop inspection panel.
What would that
If you select a specific planted crop, this panel would show its complete stats. Inherited traits from the seed, its current enhancement level progression, maybe its detailed environmental needs versus current conditions. The full diagnostic view.
And for managing the automation.
A dedicated, delegated farming UI. This would likely be accessed via the scarecrow marker. Here, you'd set the policies for that zone. Things like, which specific seed type should the automation prioritize planting? Easy example, only plant wheat seeds plus 10 or higher. Which nearby container should the AI pull seeds from? Which container should they deposit the harvested crops into? It's the interface for optimizing the automated resource flow.
Okay, finally, looking at the overall phased implementation roadmap, it seems very logically structured, layering complexity gradually.
Yeah, it's a smart way to build something this complex. You don't try to build everything at once. Phase 1, foundational systems, is crucial. Get the core data structures right, especially that item instance data upgrade. Get the absolute basic loop working, so grow, harvest, that's the skill thread, prove the fundamentals work.
Then phase 2, environmental simulation, adds the complexity. Seasons, weather, water, sunlight, fertility dynamics. Make the world react realistically.
Right. Only then, in phase 3, character and AI integration, do you properly hook in the farming skill and teach the AI how to actually perform the farming tasks using the utility system. Make it playable by NPCs.
Phase 4, Advanced Mechanics, is where the deep loops come in the seed breeding system, the specialized crafting stations like the mortar and compost box. Add the long-term progression goals.
And only at the very end, phase 5, polishing and automation, do do you add the delegated farming system for late game management and do the final UI polish, balancing, and bug fixing.
Ensures the core is stable before you automate it, prevents automating bugs.
Exactly. It's a sensible, risk-managed approach to a massive feature. Hashtag tag outro.
So let's try and wrap this up. What does this all really mean? We've seen that this farming system, designed this way, isn't just some tacked-on feature. It's this intricate web of interconnected self-reinforcing systems. You've got system liabilities like food rotting, turning into valuable assets like fertilizer. You've got the simple act of tilling soil directly impacting the sophisticated pathfinding. You have environmental constraints like winter sunlight, driving players towards high-value technological progression like the sun pendant. It feels like it fundamentally increases the depth and interconnectedness of almost every system it touches.
I think that's right. And if we connect it back to the bigger picture,
Yeah.
the game's existing foundation in data-driven design using scriptable objects, and that flexible utility AI, that foundation allowed for the rapid definition of all the new content needed for farming. The crop data sows, the job defs, the considerations. That part was relatively straightforward because the patterns were already there.
Right, leveraging the existing architecture.
But it was that item instance data upgrade, their fundamental architectural change, forced by the need for mutable seed data that unlocks the deepest, most significant future potential. It instantly enables things like item quality levels, truly randomized magic item stats, complex breeding systems, not just for farming, but potentially for animal husbandry, gear crafting, alchemy, everything. It elevates the entire itemization structure of the game, creating avenues for long-term player investment far beyond just farming itself.
That really is the key takeaway then. The feature necessitated an upgrade that benefits everything. Okay, so this leaves us with a final provocative thought for you, the player, to mull over based on all this. Given that the seed breeding system directly ties the potential for achieving those top-tier enhancement levels, not just to farming skill and using fertilizer, but also explicitly to having high faith with harvest deities like Kumiromi, how heavily does that push players? Does the drive to maximize agricultural output to get those plus 100 seeds with perfect traits force players away from potentially preferred paths like pure combat or technological mastery and push them into specialized religious progression or specific faction relationships purely for the mechanical benefits to their farming?
Yeah.
It seems like it transforms farming from just a way to get food into this potentially complex intersection of technology, skill, and even religious devotion. Something to think about.
So, again, that is really the crux. It really makes farming, food, growing crops, all that way more involved and a lot cooler. And you can really engage with it, or you don't have to really engage with it because you could go buy all your food from a town or some other farmer, or, but it gives you the ability to, it gives the players, like, say the player's really interested in the farming aspects of the game. They can really just kind of work on that and their farming mastery and whatnot. It's a really cool system, man. Like, because typically the gameplay loops around planting or food and then harvesting it and cooking it. They're not that deep. And this, I mean, I really like how the Elin handles this. It's really cool. And I'm basically designing towards that. And then once I have it kind of solid, well, one of it is the NPCs, you don't see them go out and harvest and do work and till the land and all that stuff. It's more auto magic in the background. So in like Rimworld, you're going to actually see the NPCs working the land, moving around, and doing the actual farming task. I ordered DoorDash. It's food I should not be eating. What I think I'm going to do is just eat like a quarter of one of it, and then stop, put it down, wait a bit, see how I react. Well, I know I'm going to react, but I'm not going to eat it. Oh, God, I just should. My metrics are so good. Like, I have not had, I've kept everything kind of level, blood sugar wise, for a long time, and I don't want to keep jacking my numbers up. But I'm hungry. Hungry. All right. I might make a coffee too. Well, I got the monster, although it's not really doing anything. You're not too smarty, I sometimes. I tell you what. I tell you what. What? Handle keyboard input. Keyboard test logic from original script. I still want this, so don't get rid of it, you bastard. You bastard. No, I'll get rid of it. Fuck it. If I want it back, I'll get it back. Because it was hacky. Don't you do it. Don't you fucking do it, buddy. Don't you do it. So it's kind of modeling the zone, like the storage zone from Rimworld, where you say, hey, this section of land or wherever you mark a big square and they'll drop items in there. I don't want that. I don't want them dropping items on the floor and shit. So this logic really isn't right. I want them to go find the container and drop it in there. And then I can have container settings to say NPC or only seeds are allowed in this container. And you can dictate what's in the container. But for now, I will. What did I just do? Contains point. They're still just. Seems like they're just gonna be down there making noise all night. Fun times living in the city. Nah, nah. All right. Again, this is a very complicated farming system, but all of the groundwork is being laid out. We're almost ready to get into the further phases, but it'll be a lot easier going forward because it's just non-stop with them. My DoorDash is almost here. I'm going to I will put you onto another podcast for just a moment while I go downstairs.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today we're really
I'll be
getting
right
into
back. I'm gonna grab my
structurally
food.
analyzing one of the really exciting ideas in modern open world RPGs, the emergent AI director. We're going past just the concept today. We're looking at the technical blueprint, the actual architecture for building what people often call a storyteller or maybe a game master. Our sources are digging into designs for games like the big complex roguelikes, think something like Elin. And why this matters, why we're doing this deep dive, is because your typical game AI, well, it just reacts, right? It follows script, throws monsters at you. That's about it. What we're exploring here is way more sophisticated. It's an architecture designed to, well, almost collaborate with you, the player, in real time. To write a totally unique story every single playthrough, we're talking personalized epics, triumph, failure, the works, not just deciding when the next goblin wave shows up.
Huh.
Okay, let's unpack this stack.
Yeah, and what jumps out right away from these blueprints is this huge philosophical shift. It's fundamental. The goal isn't about crafting a perfectly balanced difficulty curve.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost impossible in a massive chaotic sandbox anyway, right?
Right. Too many variables.
Exactly. So instead, the
I'll
whole
be right
project
back,
is about designing
grabbing
a
some
system
grub.
that can generate this huge spectrum of narrative outcomes. From the really tragic stuff, your base burns down because of a freak lightning strike, to the totally triumphant, like you stumble upon a world boss and somehow save the village.
Yeah.
You really have to think of the system less like an opponent and more like a co-author.
A co-author, I like that.
Yeah. It sets the stage, maybe deals out some dramatic beats, but the actual story, the consequences, the emotional weight that emerges from your decisions, the player's choices, interacting with all the game systems, those emergent stories, those are the ones people remember and talk about for ages.
Okay, section 1 then. The philosophy of the story generator paradigm. And that reframing you mentioned, seeing it as a story generator first, game second, that seems absolutely foundational in the design docs. It changes everything downstream.
It really does. It's more than just words. It's a design commitment. If your aim is generating narrative, you have to prioritize the mechanics that let complex, unexpected moments bubble up from simpler systemic rules. That's the core idea, right? Emergence over explicit scripting.
So the director deals the cards, so to speak.
Exactly. Like a random monster ambush card, or maybe a desperate traveler gives you a quest hook card, or you find a relic card. But the story, the actual drama, happens when those cards hit the table and interact with where you are right now, what's in your backpack, what you did yesterday.
And the sources talk a lot about the psychological layer, how our brains kind of fill in the gaps. We see intention where maybe there isn't any, technically.
Oh yeah, that's where the real magic kicks in. The source material calls it the phenomenon, where the human brain perceives this level of intelligence, almost foresight, in the system that's way beyond its actual mechanics. That feeling is the ultimate goal. That's the non-negotiable sign that the design is working.
Can you give a specific example? Like, how does simple logic become this perceived narrative beat?
Okay, think about this. You, the player, you're weak, injured, just finished a tough dungeon crawl, heading back to base. Now, the system knows a couple things. One, your adaptation factor. We'll get into that metric later. It's low because you took a beating. Two, a timer says a major threat hasn't happened in, say, 30 game days.
Okay.
And let's say the overall macro pacing state is currently set to high tension. But because your adaptation factor is low, the event scheduler won't pick a major threat. Instead, it picks a low-impact opportunity event, like maybe a rare merchant appears selling exactly the high-value healing potions you desperately need.
Ah, okay, so the player sees that.
And the player thinks, whoa, the storyteller knew I was in trouble. It threw me a lifeline just when I needed it most. It feels psychic.
But really, it was just rules.
Just rules. The timer forced an event, and the low adaptation factor filtered the options, forcing a low threat or high opportunity choice to avoid kicking you when you're down. But the timing, the orchestration, makes it feel intentional, makes the storyteller seem like this entity that knows exactly how to push you or help you. The goal is the feeling of intent, not actual AI kindness or malice.
Which brings us neatly to clarifying the term AI here, because when we say AI director, we're definitely not talking about, large language models or deep learning.
Absolute crucial distinction.
Yeah.
We are not building something that learns from millions of playthroughs to write better stories. Technically, these systems are pure procedural algorithms. Conditional logic, timers, weighted random chance. That's it.
Deterministic, really.
Entirely deterministic. Their behavior is 100% defined by the parameters, the curves, the rule sets the designers put into the game data. They don't adapt or evolve like a neural net.
But in game design terms.
Right. In game design, AI has always been more functional. It means any code that mimics intelligent, human-like decision-making to make the game better for the player. The goal is orchestration. Think of a conductor leading an orchestra, timing the highs and lows perfectly. We want sophisticated, tunable logic that feels sentient, even if the code underneath is just complex math.
Okay, section 2. Layered pacing. Getting that conductor role right. And the sources are clear. You can't just manage pacing on one timescale. You need the grand, novel-like scale and the immediate knife fight scale.
Yeah.
So 2 distinct pacing layers seem essential.
Exactly right. Layered pacing is necessary because what the player needs emotionally is totally different if they're chilling in their base planning versus fighting for their life in a dungeon. So we borrow from different game design philosophies. Big sandbox RPGs like Elin, they need that long-term macro-level narrative pacing.
The big picture.
The big picture. And then tight action games, Left 4 Dead is the classic example. They pioneer that short-term micro-level tension pacing. A good director needs both working together.
Let's break down the macro layer first. This is the long view, shaping potentially hundreds of hours, organizing things into chapters almost.
Yeah, the macro-level storyteller handles that grand arc. Its time scale is huge hours played, days survived in-game, major quests finished. Its job is managing the overall rhythm, the slow buildup of tension towards a big goal, then a period of recovery, maybe for crafting or building.
What kind of data does it look at for that?
It looks at the long-term metrics, things like the party's total wealth, not just gold, but everything. The overall adaptation factor, which reflects recent success or failure, and maybe the development level of their home base. These are all indicators of long-term progress and power. The macro pacer is what decides, okay, the player's strong enough now, let's move from Act 1 to Act 2. Or, whoa, they just beat a world boss, they need a week of quiet time in-game before the next big crisis.
Yeah.
It controls the overall mood, the structure, like an editor shaping a book.
And then the micro-level system is completely different, focused on the immediate visceral feeling.
Totally different domain. This is the intensity modulator, drawing heavily from that Left 4 Dead director idea, timescale, seconds to minutes. Its only goal is emotional manipulation within a specific context, usually a dungeon or hostile area. Create spikes of stress, make you panic, give you a tiny breather, then hit you again.
And its input is immediate data.
Hyperlocal, real-time data. That player stress intensity metric, calculated from current health, hunger, fatigue, nearby companion health, and crucially, damage taken in the last few seconds. It only cares about what's happening right now and in the next minute.
Okay, so what happens if they clash? Let's say the macro pacer says, we're in a respite chapter, but the player ignores that and dives into a really dangerous dungeon anyway. How do they stay coordinated?
Good question.
Oh, gents, how's it go?
State machine, the FSM. Think of it as layers. The
I shouldn't
macro-pacing
eat this.
FSM sets the high-level mood or genre, and it acts like a gatekeeper. It dictates which categories of events are even allowed right now.
So it sets the rules of engagement.
Pretty much. Let's say the macro FSM is in the initial calm state early in the game. It might only allow events tagged as neutral or opportunity, no major threats allowed, so the player can get established. Then, maybe after the player hits a milestone, it transitions to rising action. Now, minor threat events are permitted. Conflict starts slowly. Later, maybe after Act 2 goals are met,
Preemptively
it hits the climax state. Now the big guns are allowed. Major
getting
threat
ahead of
events,
these
warehouse
carbs.
triggers, high-stakes stuff.
God, I
So
just
the macro state defines the
it's in the wee
possible
hours of the night that I get weak.
And the micro pacer, the intensity modulator, operates within those constraints. So if the macro state is rising action, the micromodulator knows threats are allowed, but it decides precisely when and how big they are inside that specific dungeon. It cycles through its own little states, build up spawning small stuff to slowly ramp up stress, peak unleashing a big wave, the maximum allowed by the macro state, and cool down, holding back completely, letting the player breathe, heal, recover stress.
Got it. So the micro never overrides the macro's overall mood.
Never. You won't get ambushed by a world boss during a global respite period declared by the macro FSM, even if your microstress level happens to be high because you stubbed your toe. The two layers work in concert.
Okay, section 3. The architectural blueprint. Building this thing. The sources really hammer home the need for modularity here. Avoid one giant tangled mess of code. Break it down into 4 key pillars. Sensing, pacing, deciding, executing.
Absolutely essential for a system this complex. You need that separation of concerns for scalability, for maintenance, for sanity, frankly. Let's start with Pillar 1.
Pillar 1. The game state monitor. This is the director's eyes and ears. Its only job is gathering data, quantifying it, normalizing it so the other systems can use it. Let's dig into those specific long-term metrics for a big sandbox RPG.
Right, the monitor provides the context, first critical metric, wealth. But not just gold coins. It needs to track the cumulative market value of everything the player owns, gear, resources, buildings, maybe even trained followers.
Why track everything?
Because it's the main way to scale threat magnitude, realistically. If the player suddenly strikes it rich, finding a massive ore vein, the director needs to know. You can't have 3 weak goblins be a credible threat to someone sitting on 1 million gold worth of resources.
So the
potential loss,
director,
the stakes, have to scale with the player's power and asset.
that's again, Rimworld has an AI director, right? And it's Randy Random and all these other ones, Cassandra, whatever. So essentially, I'm going to be replicating that logic, the director logic, but I'm not doing that right now. I just let you guys listen to that. And again, that's my workflow, or what's been my workflow with this project the entire time from A to Z. Because again, I'm kind of treating this game as a capstone to prove out how fast and how iterative you can be with the workflow that I do. So I want to build a system, right? I say, give me the deep research on this system. And I want it to be a data-driven or scriptable object, Unity-based or event system typically. So I have the systems, one, going to be designer-friendly and easy to update without changing the code because it's scriptable object-based. 2, my brain. I always try to say decouple it and whatnot. And like right now, I'm probably going to do a review here soon because I want to get more things working off the centralized events driven system and decouple them and move away from singleton calls where appropriate, and then possibly just get rid of the singletons and some managers because it can all be handled off of subscribing to events that you care about. And then that way each thing that's firing off the events doesn't care, or it doesn't know about anyone else who's listening to these events. It's just, it does its thing, it fires its event off. There's no need for me to reference this manager by an instance and in singleton pattern. So that's going to be a phase. I'm not doing that now because I don't want to do it. It's boring work, and we're not close to being done with the farming and the weather and time of day and all that. Well, we're getting ready to be at a phase where it's going to move faster too. But let's just stay focused on that. So I have a project plan to create to stylize my procedural planet kind of like this. And again, this is a cool trick for like Quinn, local image, stable diffusion, or like Gemini's Nano Banana. I gave it a photo of what my world gen looks like right now, and I was like, how can I? Give me visual styles or give me some like vibes or what it could look like with post processing and different effects. And I really really like this one because you still got your blocky stuff. You know what? I think we're gonna work on procedural gen this here soon. I don't want to get distracted from farming because I don't want to leave this half cooked or half baked. I'm gonna take one more medication real quick. I've only taken one bite of the burger. Like maybe if I just like one bite, wait 10 minutes, take another bite. I don't know. I shouldn't be eating it. Trying to get. I've been really good about my diet lately, but I haven't ate carbs or sugars. I haven't really ate any bread. I've just been like the snacks at work because they in the conference room or like when I'm on site or I'm traveling for work, they always make sure there's tons of snacks and drinks and stuff for free. And most of them got carbs or sugar, so I've been eating the hell out of popcorn. So I found my way to avoid those things for the most part. But like right now, yeah, I should have got a salad and smashed a salad because if I dress the carbs, I eat a bunch of like fiber based things and then eat the carbs, it'll lessen the blood sugar spike. But it's ever since I've had to really start taking care or monitoring my blood sugar and stuff, I'm trying to avoid having to take, like insulin and all this shit. So big lifestyle changes. I'm like, and I'm doing good. I'm slipping right now as I say that, but just one time. And it's not a lot, I hope. Anywho. Excellent. Providing your code base gives me a much clearer picture of what's already done and what the next logical steps are. I've analyzed your scripts, especially those in the world directory, and have refactored the project plan to align with your existing architecture. Your current system is well on its way with a strong foundation for world generation and map generation. Displays the data on a sphere. The key now is to pivot from rendering a single smooth displaced mesh to instancing 3D prefabs to get that blocky stylized look. I don't know about that. Design a star-filled background. Implement the atmospheric glow. Create a second slightly larger sphere that envelops your planet. Apply a transfer shade simulates atmospheric scattering, often called Rayleigh scattering. The shader should make the sphere's edges appear opaque and glowy, especially when backlit, while the center remains transparent. That's gonna look really cool, man. Like, I really, really like this look. We're gonna work on that here soon. But I'm gonna go ahead and export this plan so I have it and I don't lose track of it. Instead of digging through conversations, I just export the project plans that I'm not doing right now. So I have them for later and I can come back to them. But let's go back here. How y'all doing tonight? Doing good? I see several people on YouTube. Let me know if you guys can actually chat on YouTube. For some reason, I think people can't write comments or chat on the YouTube side. I don't know if that's true, but if the 7 YouTubers aren't bots, one of you just say something. Oh, so I'll drop my link tree one more time in case it's kind of disappeared. Do. Wow, it's almost like garbage. What is this? Storage containers are going to get refactored because, again, I think it really went the Rimworld route with it. Anyways, you know, it is what it is for now. I'm not going to worry about the whole action for now. Well, that rounding, it should be fine. It's going to be banker's rounding, so it'll be all right, I believe. Well, it doesn't. I'll come back to it. Hauling soon. So it's 12:06. They're still down there, just kind of going crazy. But it's what it is. The UI is different. It's purple. That is gross looking. Is that new? Yeah, see, canvas, this looks way better. That is disgusting. Don't tell me that's the new. What is going on with that tab? The styling changed in this window. That's really strange. How big is this conversation? We'll keep it going for now. Percentage complete of each phase. Then tell me our next steps. Do 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 do. That's so crazy, man. This tab is all kinds of weird. I really want to work on the post-processing and accomplishing the look of the level and stuff, but I'm staying on point with this until I'm probably gonna stream another hour or two. I'm still feeling good. So we're 100% complete on phase 0. We're 100% on that. 100%. 0. We're 40% through the phase 2, 10% of phase 3, 50% of phase 4, and 15% of phase 5. That's wild. Continue the next steps. There's like a bunch of teenagers running around or something. Smashing doors. Does it regrow after harvest? It's like not even good. I don't know why I'm eating this shit. do probably want to come back and namespace out some of this stuff, but I'm not doing that right now. Do 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 do. Are you writing in caps? Man, this conversation is pissed off. And it's not. You got to keep an eye on it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Know what I mean, man? Growth stages are now game objects. Yep. They're just screaming their fucking heads off still. I love being on the road in a hotel with a bunch of new neighbors. I can yell too. No. That's fine. It's whatever. Youngins having fun. No one cares how I got these scars. Ready to proceed, boo. Recognizing the prompt, processing the next phase. I don't know what this tab is like. Lost its shit. And the styling is weird. The big purple sections now instead of the nice looking, and it's capitalizing this here. I really think the AI is just like tired and it wants me to quit. I ain't quitting. Didn't raise no bitch. Let's see what all it took out of this guy. integer. So we got awake, set map data, daily growth tick, show seed or sow seed tile. Is tile tilled? That's a tongue twister. Harvest cropped. Boop 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 bam doo. I'm gonna start a new chat window here soon. This one's been going too long. Relies entirely on map data class with 2D arrays. Planted crops is tilled to store all farming information for the entire map. This is a common approach in simulation game like Dwarf Fortress or Rimworld, where the entire world state is held in a central data model. New version. Dictionaries, I like that. This approach is more dynamic and Unity-like. It only stores data for the specific tiles that actually have crops, which can be more memory efficient for sparse farms. It also decouples the farming data from a single monolithic map data object, allowing it to integrate more easily with other systems. Oh, the concept of visuals wasn't explicitly handled. The system assumed everything else would read the map data and decide what to display. New version explicitly separates the data, planted crops, from the visuals. Is created for each plant. This is a powerful concept in Unity because it separates logic from presentation. The simulation can run without any 3D models present, and the visual system simply reflects the state of the simulation data. Okay. Self-contained versus event-driven. All right, all that makes sense. Where fucking God. Oh, homie, you're. Crop is mature. Plant crop doesn't contain a. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what is going on. Scriptable object. Ass is what it is. Pure ass. wouldn't be so bad, but there's this one girl that's just like screaming all the time randomly. And I'm just, oh my gosh. I can't hear him in my bedroom. And thankfully, this is like a two room, like, it's a lot bigger hotel room than whatnot. But I can go lock myself in. Or not. I'd lock myself in, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean, dog. What class are we in here? We are in the goddamn Stratford. Time manager. Oh, I am losing steam. But I will continue. Because I'm tired of not farming. Did I miss a... God, I don't understand why anyone would think it's okay to just sit there and yell in the main lobby. What is it? It's like almost 1 o'clock. 1 a.m. The reason I like this hotel is the omelet chef in the mornings. I like a fresh breakfast. It is getting close to 1, so I'm probably going to call it after I fix these errors, and I'm going to do a check-in. I really wanted to get to where we were testing this. But I will be up early tomorrow morning. I'm grinding away. I'm going to grind all day probably tomorrow. I want to get all this farming crap done, because then I've created one of the most complex parts of the game, and the AI is able to do it. Yeah, just seeing the AI going around and farming the land is going to be... this fucking conversation is so fucked. I should have started a new conversation. I'm going to do it here shortly. Till soil. Dumb. New window. That thing is cooked. Boop, 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 boop. And the verdict is I give it more time, but I'm not spiking. Summary changes updated. Fuck, do you have a text message pro reference or TM pro reference? That is not needed. Brain is getting what the fuck? Oh, tired. Yeah, I think I'm calling it. I'm calling it. I'm tired of fixing errors. I'll fix this in the morning. I'll see you guys in the morning. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. Mwah. Have a good night, everybody. Fuck you, errors, and fuck the horse you rode in on. Nice. Nice. Update project plan with percentages and what are next steps. I know I said I was going, God damn, it's a lot of mail. Still are not done with phase one. God help me. Let's finish phase one before I go to bed. Biatch. I should have told it I was going to be using 3D models instead of 2D sprites, but it is what it is. I'll finish thinking. God, it's just so much mayo. It's just what the fuck. Okay. Yes. That was pissing me off. I saw they was using a Unity tile map. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? I have a grid. So phase one, 100% complete. Yay. Phase two, 15% complete. Okay, I gotta stop eating that garbage. It's garbage. I miss garbage, but now that I'm eating garbage, I don't like it. And, well, they also prepared it in a garbage way, drowned it in condiments. Don't assume. You make an ass of yourself. Time manager instance. Get current season. Okay. Update all tilled tiles, both planted and fallow. Fallow. Prevent oversaturation. Oversaturate this. Simulate growth for each crop. Base growth is 1 per day. Modifiers can increase or decrease this. Well, that's fine. No changes to plant, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you're too lazy to give me the damn whole class. It's fine. I love you. You're beautiful. This isn't where it should go, but we just getting it over with. Private const this. Duke. Oh my god, give me the full class. I'm too tired for this shit, Riggs. Yeah, okay. I'm done. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. Have a good night, guys. I'll finish this in the morning. Sweet dreams. I meant pleasant dreams. Or I don't know. I don't know. See y'all later. Have a good one.